Chapter 269, Amazing Progress. Chapter 269, Amazing Progress. Once Qin Xiang arrived, Yun Xiaodao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect Lu Jie to be so bold, even daring to move against them here, which was a clear violation of the sect rules. Lu Jie's complexion changed because of Qin Xiang's sudden appearance. Even he himself had not perceived Qin Xiang, and moreover, Qin Xiang had even blocked his attack. Truly a shameless fellow who only knows how to bully the weak. Qin Xiang sneered while staring at Lu Jie. He was a head taller than Lu Jie, and even his stature was dear than Lu Jie. With regards to their physique, Lu Jie appeared to be a lot weaker than him. At this time, 3 true disciples from behind Lu Jie also arrived. One was in 6th level, one was in 7th level, and the last one was in 8th level. In the extreme martial sect, there were not many true martial realm disciples, so Qin Xiang, with a single glance, recognized the 3. Lu Jie retracted his hand. In his heart, he was also surprised, because Qin Xiang appeared to be somewhat stronger, and it had only been a short 5 days, that's all. Originally, he believed it would take Qin Xiang at least 1 or 2 years before he could recover. Yet in just 5 days, he was already all right. Qin Xiang, don't you remember the lesson I taught you last time? Lu Jie's pair of angry eyes stared at Qin Xiang. Of course I remembered, and it was because I remembered that I came to look for you. You almost killed me last time. Qin Xiang clenched his fist as his bones burst into crackling sounds. His voice was full of anger. Lu Jie loudly laughed. Are you looking to compete with me? However, you and I are not in the same level. I will not accept your challenge, lest others say I bully the weak. You don't deserve to fight with me. You are just a weak guy, a garbage whom had almost kneeled in front of me. Qin Xiang let loose of his clenched fist and became very calm. But suddenly the surroundings were enveloped with slaughter qi. However, it only appeared for a moment, before it completely disappeared. This was Qin Xiang's appearance under extreme anger. A very furious person was rather terrifying when he was very calm. Anger would make one even more powerful, but it would also make them lose their wits. However, if someone remained calm in a state of fury, he could release the hidden strength in his body, and at the same time, he could calmly control that strength. If you wish to fight with Brother Lu, first you must receive my 2 moves, and also without weapon. A young man beside Lu Jie spoke at this time. His tone was very frivolous and arrogant, and he didn't even place Qin Xiang in his eyes. He was a 6th level, true martial realm disciple named Ying Qilai, and he was a figure from the same generation as Hao Dongqing, Yao Haixing, and the others. So long as you defeat Brother Ying, I will reluctantly fight. He had not finished his sentence before a golden light flashed out. It was Qin Xiang's fist. That fierce punch was like a beam, bursting forth with intense slaughter qi and destructive power while in motion. At the same time, it was accompanied by a deafening tiger roar that was filled with slaughter and violence, causing the surrounding people to quiver in fear. This was the White Tiger Divine Fist. Without using the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, Qin Xiang was just as terrible because the martial technique he was using was divine exercise. As Qin Xiang struck his fist, no one had the chance to react. Ying Qilai's face, which was filled with disdain, had no room to change. Qin Xiang's golden tiger head fist directly landed on his nose, as the quiet square could clearly hear the sound of nose breaking. It was followed by a burst of deafening roar, accompanied with blood-curdling screams. Ying Qilai flew out the square, slammed into a martial courtyard's wall far away, destroying the solid wall. His life's condition was unknown. Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and Su Weilong, the trio's faces were sweating profusely. Just a moment ago, that punch was truly too violent, and it was so fast that it did not give anyone any time to react. As its sudden and explosive force was released, it made sure that it was very difficult to resist. A fist took out a 6th-level true martial realm martial artist in just a second. This kind of strength was incomparably shocking for others. Ing Qilai believed that Chen Xiang, without the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, this divine weapon, would not have a lot of strength remaining. However, he was wrong, as his handsome face was completely ruined by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's fist had almost taken his life, and if Chen Xiang had not shown mercy, he might have been crippled. Chen Xiang only let him suffer a bit of internal injuries, as well as a broken nose, that's all. Now can I fight with you? Chen Xiang rubbed his fist while indifferently watching Lu Jie. Lu Jie was also caught in surprise. If Chen Xiang had punched him instead a moment ago, he also had no way to dodge. He was the closest to Chen Xiang and Ing Qilai, and he could clearly observe the fist's speed as well as its strength. At the very least, he himself couldn't even see how Chen Xiang punched. He only saw a golden light rust. Plussing through, and then Ing Qilai immediately flew out. Within just 5 days, Chen Xiang had become a lot stronger. Even Lu Jie couldn't help but become fearful. However, he did not find any enhancement in Chen Xiang's true qi. Just as before, from Chen Xiang's aura, he could see that he was still in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Fight here? Lu Jie asked. A few days ago, although he had almost made Chen Xiang kneel down, he still failed to garner recognition of the others. And even though Chen Xiang at that time was defeated, his reputation hadn't even increased, which made him even more jealous and angry. Yes, right here. Life and death battle. Chen Xiang spoke word by word. Good. Before the dean and the others arrive, I'll be finished with you. While speaking, Lu Jie's eyebrows twitched as Chen Xiang suddenly felt a power invading him, impacting towards his dantian. The power was comparatively strong at the beginning, but in the end, it became a lot weaker. Lu Jie didn't move, yet he had already launched the attack. Moreover, it was extremely quick. This was precisely the ghost martial technique. Last time, Chen Xiang was at a disadvantage, and in order to not be disadvantaged anymore, he had endured excruciating pain for 3 days and 3 nights straight, and cultivated his body to the 5th level of the immortal and devil body. Yun Xiao Dao and the others retreated back in succession. Everyone around them also hastily retreated back. These two were rather strong, and after the fight, the square would probably be brought to ruins. This time, Chen Xiang could clearly feel an extremely fast fist pounding on his abdomen. However, he was already prepared. That was why he wasn't the least bit afraid. After his body lightly shook, the power disappeared. His physical strength had improved by several times, but the scene was rather worlds apart compared to before. This time he had very easily fended off the ghost martial technique. Stronger than last time, but it still cannot do anything to me. Chen Xiang spoke to himself in his heart as he looked at Lu Jie with a sneer. Lu Jie suddenly stared dumbfoundedly as he retreated a few steps in shock. His proud ghost martial technique had actually failed, and it was even unable to make Chen Xiang fall down to the ground. When he had used it a few days ago, the strength he had used was a lot weaker, yet Chen Xiang was already vomiting blood from serious injuries. But now his attack didn't even affect Chen Xiang in the slightest. He is just in the 5th level of the true martial realm. I do not have to be afraid. I'll try again. Lu Jie told himself in his heart, then once again quietly casted a move. However, it still did not show any effect, and this time, Chen Xiang's body did not even budge a bit. Chen Xiang sneered, "Playtime's over, my turn!" While speaking, he waved his hand as 5 fingers were stretched out. Just like an eagle claw, it burst into azure light, forming a huge dragon claw which struck towards Lu Jie. Chapter 270, Tyrannical. Chapter 270, Tyrannical. This one claw was quite fast, just like the white tiger divine fist he had used a moment ago. Moreover, it also carried tyrannical lightning power. Although Lu Jie was surprised, his battle experience was very rich. He leaned back a bit, dodging that frightening azure dragon claw. However, his chest was still sculled from the lightning chi gus. Plus-ing out of the tips of the dragon claws, leaving 3 charred bloodstains on his chest. Chen Xiang didn't want to ruin this large square. That was why, when he started his offense, he did not use a powerful martial skill. Lesku Dongqin and the others blamed him. Lu Jie quickly retreated as a frown appeared on his face. His left leg slightly moved as an invisible yet powerful qi suddenly surged towards Chen Xiang's right calf. Chen Xiang could feel a power akin to a leg sweep being released. It was like invisible legs sweeping over the ground, with an exceptionally strong momentum. Chen Xiang mobilized his qi into a layer, which then suddenly appeared on both of his legs, slightly transfixing him onto the ground. When the leg sweep arrived, Chen Xiang was not fazed even a bit. Only the dust was swept. Although his leg was struck by that powerful leg sweep, he didn't feel any pain. Now that he had a 5th-level immortal and devil body, his whole body was like made up of copper skin and iron bones. For him, this kind of attack was rather weak, and he just felt ticklish. Lu Jie, your sneaky attacks are useless to me. Chen Xiang sneered. Just as his feet slid like a cloud of smoke, he arrived in front of Lu Jie. At the same time, he fiercely brandished his fists as numerous golden fists surged forth, like a tide sweeping through, accompanied with a tiger roar filled with killing intent. His attacks shook everyone's soul as it reverberated in the sky. Chen Xiang's overwhelming white tiger divine fist enveloped Lu Jie as qi undulations flooded everywhere. The air released fled sounds from shock. This kind of fist was filled with violent power, drowning everyone else in fear. Lu Jie was also not bad. A gray qi cover appeared on his body, enveloping him in it, resisting those tiger heads' golden fist. In a blink of an eye, Chen Xiang had already released hundreds of fists, and each fist was like lightning, continuously bombarding on that gray qi cover. Each and every wave of attack sent Lu Jie's heart into trembling. He had never expected that the moderate true qi in Chen Xiang's body, after it has been casted through a martial skill, would actually become so overbearing and frightening, as if a tiger ji, of slaughter, was bombarding with countless attacks. Humph! Chen Xiang looked at Lu Jie's qi cover that was gradually getting weaker and weaker under his onslaught. His attacks were then followed by a palm, which suddenly made the square tremble as soon as it struck its target. The surroundings of Lu Jie were suddenly cracked open. Chen Xiang had used the shocking heaven palm. Sing through the qi cover, it ruthlessly shook Lu Jie, and after his body was invaded by the shock, the blood and qi in his body turned chaotic. What Lu Jie did not expect was that, after Chen Xiang shot a palm, he continued with another, then another, and continued without stopping. Moreover, in a very quick speed, Chen Xiang once again used the tiger head golden fist from a moment ago. From the continuous shocks, the bricks in the square were beginning to let loose, while the bricks in the surroundings of Lu Jie turned into powder because of Chen Xiang's continuous attacks. Your sneaky move can't be used anymore. Now, do you have anything else? Where did your 3 pulse strength go? You have 3 kinds of true qi, but as mediocre as you are, they are simply wasted. Chen Xiang coldly said. Both of his palms struck without a trace of slowing down, constantly smacking on that true qi cover of Lu Jie, which was gradually becoming weaker and weaker. Chen Xiang was currently using the universe true qi from the fusion of his 5 elements true qi. It was the strongest state of his true qi, comparable to the 7th level of the true martial realm. After it was released through the shocking heaven plan, it became even stronger and terrifying. All onlookers were stunned. Although some of them had already witnessed Chen Xiang's fights, every time they see him again would still cause them to become shocked. They couldn't understand how Chen Xiang could continuously release such earth-shaking palms. Was Chen Xiang's true qi inexhaustible? Even some 7th level true martial realm martial artists witnessing this could not help but be ashamed. This kind of rich, true qi was truly terrifying. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to cast 100 palms. But Chen Xiang had already casted more than 100 palms, and yet his breath was still extremely steady, not even showing any sign of exhaustion. The true qi within Chen Xiang's body hummed as it surged out from his dantian in a steady stream, and finally released out through his palm. Lu Jie was already in a sorry state, and his mouth was now full of blood, which was constantly being spewed out. At the moment, his whole body had already turned numb from shock. Although he had 3 kinds of true qi, he could not cultivate them so uniformly and fuse them like Qin Xiang. He could only use 1 true qi at a time. Moreover, even in the field of martial skills, he could not compare with Qin Xiang in the slightest. Not to mention that his true qi exercise was also not as good as Qin Xiang's. Originally, he believed that after learning the ghost martial technique, he could ignore everything. Many stronger than him had been defeated by the aforementioned move. As long as his adversaries were struck by his move, they would suffer serious injuries, which would render them unable to defend, causing them to eventually get killed by him. But now towards Qin Xiang, his proud move was rendered useless. The 5th level immortal and devil body, in addition to the rich universe true qi, made Qin Xiang feel as if he had never been so powerful. His blood was seething as he roared again and again, and along with his shout he was releasing the excitement trapped inside his body. The bricks in the square started moving up and down from the shock waves of the shocking heaven palm. As for the qi cover Lu Jie had released, it had already long disappeared, and Lu Jie spat out blood just as he attempted to speak. While Chen Xiang's palm had transformed into a fist, he was casting the violent white tiger divine fist, which befell on Lu Jie like rain. Within a few blinks of an eye, Lu Jie, from head to toe, had been rammed by those imposing golden fists full of slaughtering momentum. Qin Xiang fists were also carrying suction force, rendering Lu Jie incapable to fly out from his strikes. In this way, he had brutally and insanely wreaked havoc with his white tiger divine fist. Should we stop him? On a tower above, Wu Keiming asked. Gu Dongqin shook his head and said, "No need, let him vent it." In these 5 days, he had grown so much simply to defeat Lu Jie. Wu Keiming nodded his head. Everyone challenged by Lu Jie were mystically defeated. They did not see or perceive Lu Jie's move, yet they were struck at their vital point. This Lu Jie had disappeared for 30 years, and when I went to ask him, he only described it vaguely. From one glance, it was clear he was hiding something. Wu Keiming said, "He is using the ghost martial technique. Young martial uncle's body is several times stronger than in the past. That's why he could withstand the attack of the ghost martial technique." Gu Dongqin, with a solemn appearance, glanced at the faraway Lu Jie. Wu Keiming was surprised for a moment before he exclaimed, "Dean really has good eyes and experience. Even I did not expect it to be the ghost martial technique. This is a forbidden martial skill, and anyone cultivating this kind of martial skill will eventually lose their humanity and turn into a devil." Gu Dongqin heaved a long sigh and said, "Lu Jie certainly went to the Devil Yang clan. Only the Devil Yang clan have this kind of stuff. However, the martial artist had to sacrifice a lot to cultivate the ghost martial technique, which is also the reason the martial artist will lose his humanity." Because of this, Gu Dongqin did not stop Qin Xiang. Lu Jie was someone who had returned from the Devil Path sect, and his purpose for coming to the extreme martial sect could only be imagined. Regarding such people, Gu Dongqin would not be soft. At the moment, he was still brooding about the Souther Wasteland. For many years, he had not suffered such shame. He had actually been hoodwinked by the Devil Path sect, and he had almost sent his own sect's disciples to their death. Thinking of this point, Gu Dongqin suddenly clutched his fist. "Junior brother, let's wait for junior sister to come back. Then we will begin our attack on the Devil Path sections. Before the great storm arrives, we will surely eradicate a Devil Path sect." Chapter 271, Taoyuan Grand Meeting. Chapter 271, Taoyuan Grand Meeting. Lu Jie's swollen body was lying on the ground, but he was not yet dead. He was glaring at Qin Xiang, and the look in his eyes was saying he could not wait to kill Qin Xiang. However, he currently didn't have any strength to do so. Qin Xiang fiercely stamped on his knee and directly broke it, making Lu Jie release yet another desolate, blood-curdling scream. Don't you like to force others to kneel? I'll make you kneel, yet unable to kneel. While speaking, Qin Xiang once again broke off his other knee. The onlookers felt their scalp tingle while witnessing such brutal means. Those true disciples accompanying Lu Jie before could not help but retreat far away. Not long ago, Ing Qilai flew away just from a fist of Qin Xiang, and now they did not want to be the victim of that absurd punch of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, you mongrel! You'll definitely not have a good death. Don't think you can kill me. Let me tell you, the elders and the dean are optimistic about me. I have 3 pulse constant, I tushin my talent. Before he could finish, Qin Xiang began laughing as he took out the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade. He placed it above Lu Jie's neck, then chopped down. Everyone was shaken as they started to have goosebumps. MPS. Lu Jie was indeed someone with pretty good talent. They knew that if this kind of disciple was killed, the dean would definitely get mad. But so what? Qin Xiang could overwhelmingly kill him, and it was quite clear that Qin Xiang was more talented than him. Would the extreme martial sect cripple Qin Xiang? Impossible, not to mention both of them were having a life and death battle. No one could object Qin Xiang's actions. Yun Xiao Dao and the others felt like they had lived like a dog all these years. Originally, they had the same strength as Qin Xiang, but now the difference between them and Qin Xiang was like heaven and earth. Thinking of this, they could not help but hasten their return to the King Martial Courtyard and start working hard in cultivation. Qin Xiang incinerated Lu Jie's body on the spot. He had already sensed Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming watching from distance. But since they did not come to stop, it was clear that they acquiesced with his approach. After entering the extreme martial mysterious realm, Chen Zhang was pulled by Wu Keiming into his residence, where Gu Dongqin too was present. Young martial uncle, your body is actually so strong. Just with your flesh, you should be able to ram a 4th level true martial realm martial artist to the ground. Gu Dongqin exclaimed, that is already a given. Your uncle had suffered too much for this, and to tell you the truth, your uncle's body is currently in the 5th level of the immortal and devil body. Qin Xiang sat on the chair and very proudly spoke. In front of his martial nephews, of course he must be awe-inspiring, lest they look down upon him. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Gu Dongqin almost dropped the teacup in his hand. He looked at Qin Xiang with eyes filled with wonder, and the same was true for Wu Keiming. His 2 pair of old eyes were wide open as they stared at Qin Xiang. Gu Dongqin could only sigh. Even his master did not have such a monstrous talent as Qin Xiang's. Right, where did that little girl disappear to? I miss her very much. Qin Xiang asked. Elder Dan had not appeared, and this made him very much think of her. Junior sister. She often go into closed-door training. Her whereabouts are generally erratic. Almost everyone know about this. Gu Dongqin replied. Wu Keiming said, young martial uncle, did you not find something different? Qin Xiang thought before he shook his head and said, what is it? I did not find anything. There are not many inner sect disciples, especially true disciples, because they all went to Danxiang Taoyuan. Gu Dongqin slightly smiled and said. Qin Xiang frowned. Why did they go to the Danxiang Taoyuan? The fragrant city will begin its preparation for the once 100 years Grand Dan meeting. There are still 3 months' time left, but it was already very lively there. Once it starts, I and the dean will also go, as well as the other sect's dean. Wu Keiming said. Qin Xiang had indeed heard of the grand meeting, and the finale of this grand meeting was an alchemy tournament, which would pretty much bring together many of the alchemists of the Qinwu mainland. This alchemy tournament was completely different from all other tournament Chen Xiang had seen or partook. 1. P. Aided before, this alchemy tournament was rather large, and there was no shortage of famous alchemists among the partook. 1. P. Aiders. You are an alchemist. You should go and have a look. How about coming along with us? Gu Dongchen asked. Of course I'll go now. Chun Xiang said. Now there would be a large number of people there, and at any moment a large auction would also be held. It was the best time to gather some precious herbs. You alone will be too dangerous. Now, not only the righteous sects are staring at you, even those 5 major devil path sects very much want you dead. Gu Dongchen said with some concern, I'm not afraid. Chun Xiang carelessly said, if he went alone, he would arrive there quickly. On the other hand, Gu Dongchen, while facing Wu Keiming, smiled and said, someone's here. Chun Xiang frowned, only to hear Long Xue's giggles as she spoke. It's your sister, Menger. She is outside the extreme, martial, mysterious realm. Wu Keiming hastily went out to greet. Lu Menger came here, and Chun Xiang had the bra. S to stay here. He wished to know why Lu Menger came. Lu Menger was garbed in a white longuette, and her long hair was draped over her shoulder. Her white face was filled with coldness and grandeur, with an otherworldly temperament, carrying a kind of mesmerizing royal and proud bearing. Seeing the elegance of this peerless woman, Chun Xiang was secretly astonished. He rarely saw Lu Menger with this kind of appearance. Lu Menger, after seeing Chun Xiang here, could not help but be surprised in her heart, especially when she saw Chun Xiang was tilting his leg and was rudely sitting, while Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming weren't even speaking anything. This made her feel extremely suspicious, because she could see that Chun Xiang's relations with these two tyke. And S was not ordinary. She herself was just the same. Wu Keiming gave a glare to Chun Xiang, and Chun Xiang could only respond as he hastily stood up and respectfully gave a salute to Lu Menger. This made Lu Menger to start laughing in her heart. At the same time, she was also somewhat pleased because when she was together with Chun Xiang was not as courteous. Chun Xiang was also depressed. He had very good relation with all 3 tyke. And S in here, and yet he had to pretend. Empress Lu, are you looking for Junior's sister? Gu Dongchen smilingly asked. It seemed his and Lu Menger's relation was not bad, otherwise he would not use such a form of address. Elder Dan is not here. Lu Menger asked. She had already disappeared. Wu Keiming sighed. Lu Menger was a bit disappointed. I came to look for her in order to go to Danxiang Taiyuan together, and make her help me take some spirit herbs. It's really a pity. Chun Xiang's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, Senior Lu, this brat is also going to Danxiang Taiyuan. Dean and the others do not trust me in going alone. I don't know whether I could accompany you. Regarding spirit herbs, I also have some understanding. Thinking of traveling together with Chun Xiang, this little rascal, Lu Menger was conflicted in her heart. She very much wished to be together with Chun Xiang, but then again she was afraid of being taken advantage by him, especially when there were no one else present. Miss Lu, this brat had caused too much trouble. He is anxious to go to Danxiang Taiyuan. If he's going alone, we cannot be at ease, even though the road is not very long. Wu Keiming said. Lu Menger cursed Chun Xiang in her heart. Last time, when Chun Xiang went to her divine weapon Heavenly Empire, he was pretty much safe during the entire trip. The fragrant city of the Danxiang Taiyuan was indeed somewhat far, and on the road the possibility of getting ambushed was rather high, causing her to also worry about Chun Xiang. She nodded in acceptance, which made Chun Xiang rejoice in his heart. Chapter 272, Fire Spirit's Reappearance. Chapter 272, Fire Spirit's Reappearance. Witnessing Chun Xiang's happy appearance, Lu Menger scoffed in her heart. Let's go now. Chun Xiang said. This kind of stiff feeling made him very uncomfortable. Elder Sister Lu, I'm requesting you to take care of this brat. Gu Dongqin smiled and said as he touched Qin Xiang's head and said, Qin Xiang didn't expect Lu Menger to actually be older than Gu Dongqin. Lu Menger faintly smiled and replied, Both of you rest assured. Qin Xiang followed Lu Menger out of the extreme martial sect. He rode on a lotus-shaped flying disc produced by her. This flying disc was very large. After the extreme martial sect became a mere speck in the distance in Qin Xiang's view, he laid down and let out a satisfied moan. Really comfortable. Little rascal, your relations. I plus P is quite good with Gu Dongqin and the others. Lu Menger tenderly spat before speaking. She then vigorously gave a pinch on Qin Xiang's arm. He actually so casually lied down on her flying disc. That is, of course, in our relations. I plus P also quite good? Qin Xiang laid on the lotus disc and looked up at the blue sky. Sister Menger, thanks a lot for helping me temper my body. I easily killed that guy. Seeing Qin Xiang sucking in her body fragrance, Lu Menger slightly blushed. Little rascal, is that guy you killed very strong? Tell me. Qin Xiang told the conflict with Lu Jie to Lu Menger, which made her very astonished. This guy was definitely using the ghost martial technique. According to what my parents told me, a martial artist cultivating in the ghost martial technique will eventually turn into a mindless person. Only Devil Yang clan has this technique. Even in the Devil Yang clan, its cultivation was banned. It is a forbidden martial skill. Lu Menger's pretty complexion took a drastic change. When Lu Menger listened to Qin Xiang describing the various things that occurred with the Lu family, she said with certainty, the Lu family was definitely colluding with the Devil Yang clan. I didn't expect such a dangerous person was even hiding in your extreme martial sect. But he was finished off by me. Qin Xiang said with a wide grin. Lu Menger had always believed Qin Xiang was rather resourceful or fortunate. But regarding him being able to kill a 9th-level true martial realm elder, she was now somewhat suspicious. Was he truly killed using your own strength? From what I remember, when the rumors about this was spreading, you were not even in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Lu Menger said, Believe what you want to believe. Qin Xiang also didn't explain this matter, because at that time he had relied on Long Xue's strength. He mischievously laughed and said, Sister Menger, you should also lie down. There's still a lot of S.P.A.C. Lu Menger pursed her lips and said in a tender tone, Do not think I cannot throw you down. Qin Xiang took out a jade pillow, patted it under his head, and with a rather enjoying look, laid down on the disc. Seeing Lu Menger was once again about to twist his arm, he immediately asked a question. Sister Menger, how are the studies going on the spirit patterns I gave you? When are you going to teach me how to refine equipments? To tell you honestly, I don't have a clue. These spirit patterns are not the ones I am familiar with. Moreover, there are so many. If only I knew the characteristic of each spirit pattern, I would be able to analyze the combinations so that I could fuse various characteristic of different spirit patterns and release power of spirit patterns. This is a very vast project. Lu Menger replied, This lotus-flying disc was made out of white jade. Even though its speed was relatively not fast, it could still fly at a very high alt. Sister Menger, can you help forge one of these flying things? Qin Xiang asked. If he had one of these things, he could have a leisurely napping spot in the future when he had to go far away. This is a brilliant level equipment. It is not so easy to refine. Not to mention, the materials required are very rare. Wait till I gather the appropriate materials. Then I'll take some time to help you refine one. However, both Yulan and Xianxian are ahead of you in priority. Xianxian often pesters me for one. I cannot be biased either, so I have to give Yulan one too. Lu Menger caressed her hair and faintly said, Seeing this charming, beautiful posture, the observing Qin Xiang was dazed. Brilliant equipment, very expensive, sigh. Looks like the dean has also been ripped off by you. Chunxiang said. There were not many brilliant equipments. Refining them was difficult, and the materials were rare. Very few could afford to refine them. Sister Menger, will you take crystal stones for me too? Chunxiang asked with a smile. We'll talk about it then. Anyway, I have not yet started refining. Lu Menger stood up and looked far away. Hey! Lu Menger shouted in surprise while staring at the distance. Chunxiang also stood up. After seeing the desert in front of them, he also felt a little strange. They were on their way to the fragrant city and traveled quite a ways to their destination. Chunxiang had also gone through this very same road, yet he did not remember any desert along the way. The desert in the front of them was enveloped in scorching atmosphere. Looking from afar, the desert air seemed to be slightly distorted. At this time, Chunxiang and Lu Menger both felt the presence of some people. I've traveled the road countless times, and this desert had definitely never been here before, yet now it has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lu Menger said in a low tone. Chunxiang also felt it was incomparably odd. How about we go and have a look? With Sister Menger's strength, I think there should be nothing to fear. Lu Menger nodded her head as the lotus disc became a lot faster. Chunxiang once again laid down while Lu Menger stood at the edge, looking at that vast desert with a solemn countenance. Seeing Lu Menger's beautiful and elegant figure, Chunxiang really wanted to hold her from behind and then kiss her cheek. Floating in his imagination, Chunxiang's body could not help but release a slight heat. Lu Menger's 5 senses were superb. Just a second later, she sensed the slight heat emanating from the abdomen of that little rascal behind her. As Lu Menger turned around, she saw Chunxiang staring at her with an evil look in his eyes. She was extremely ashamed and furious. She gave white eyes to Chunxiang along with a tender snort. Little rascal, what are you thinking? Chunxiang didn't expect Lu Menger's senses to be this strong. She could actually know what he was thinking. He forcefully smiled and said, Nothing, just recalling some memories of a happy past. The flying disc had already entered the sky above the desert. The originally lying Chunxiang fiercely jumped up. A strange look brimmed up his face. Just a moment ago, a power within his body slightly trembled for a bit. It was the quivering of the heavenly sun fire spirit, and now he was also having a rather strong and strange feeling. It was not something he could explain. There's signs of a fire spirit. A fire spirit is about to be born. Long Shui shouted in shock. Chunxiang was fiercely surprised for a moment. The strange feeling from within his body seemed to be guiding him to find the fire spirit. He didn't expect the heavenly sun fire spirit to actually have such a use. It could apparently sense the location of the fire spirit. Lu Menger found Chunxiang acting a bit strange. She hastily asked, Little rascal, are you all right? Chunxiang pointed at a direction, shouted, Sister Menger, fly to that side. We will find a good thing there. What good thing? That's the north side. It is very cold there. Although Lu Menger said so, she still controlled the lotus disc into flying towards the direction Chunxiang had pointed. Chunxiang shook his head. I'm still not sure whether it's what I think the thing is or not. Chapter 273. Agonizing. Chapter 273. Agonizing. The existence of fire spirit was very rare. In the entire Chenwu mainland, only Chunxiang and Wu Qiantian had the fire spirit. As for Elder Dan, even though she had it, as it came from the Purple Moon world, it was not naturally born and bred in the Chenwu mainland. And even Chunxiang's heavenly sun fire spirit was not bred in the Chenwu mainland, because it was given to him by the ancient fire beast. In other words, only Wu Qiantian's blue star fire spirit was native to the Chenwu mainland. And according to both Long Shui and Su Meiyao on a mainland, although the fire spirits were rare, it didn't mean they were not there. Generally, it would all be hidden, and although some people had them, they would never use them in their lifetime. In addition, there were also some fire spirits which would keep on burning to their death. Chun Xiang was secretly excited in his heart because he would soon find a naturally born fire spirit. Lu Menger, this kind of powerful figure, also didn't have the fire spirit. It clearly showed how rare the fire spirits were. What fire spirit is it? It can even turn this piece of land into a desert. Chun Xiang asked Long Shui. No idea. In short, it is marvelous. At least it is no less than the blue fire spirit. Long Shui said, in her heart. She too was looking forward to it. An entire day pas said, and the flying disc has been flying over the scorching desert all this time. The deeper they flew towards the direction where Chun Xiang's pointed direction, the more Lu Menger felt hot. We are getting farther and farther away from the fragrant city. What the H-E-L-L is that thing? Lu Menger asked with a pout. She had asked several times, yet Chun Xiang had not answered. Hold on, I'll surely tell you later. Overall, it is a good thing. Chun Xiang laughed and said. At this time, a rather strange scene appeared. The scorching desert with steam rising was actually linked together with an ice-cold ground completely covered in snow. Lu Menger had long found something was rather wrong here, especially after she saw this scene. Something was strange. That was why she believed what Chun Xiang had said. There must be something affecting the environment. Only then would this place turn like this. The scorching desert and the ice-cold ground completely covered in snow were only separated by a thin line. Lu Menger landed on the middle of that connection and asked, This is strange. What kind of thing could actually cause this type of phenomena? Chun Xiang stood on the line connecting the scorching desert and land of ice. Then with Lu Menger, he walked along the line. He walked in accordance with the feeling he was getting from within his body. He trusted the heavenly sun-fire spirit's feeling. We will soon arrive. Chun Xiang said in excitement. Lu Menger didn't know what it was. Only in her heart she was very doubtful. At the same time, she was secretly in antic. 1. P-Asian. Chun Xiang suddenly stopped and excitedly said, Just below here. Sister Menger, quickly dig the thing out from here. Lu Menger said in a tender voice, Why should I dig? Why don't you do it yourself? Her voice was filled with resentment. It was not the first time Chun Xiang made her do these kinds of things. She was a dignified empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire, yet she was being ordered. Little rascal, don't you have compa? Shown for women. Lu Menger tenderly snorted and said. While speaking, an incomparably formidable power burst out from her body, making Chun Xiang feel as if something was pressing down upon him. He could not help but retreat. At this time, Chun Xiang remembered that this pretty woman was a Nirvana realm martial artist. However, he was rather proud, because he often verbally molested her, and he was also very close with her. A deep crack appeared on the ground, which was opened up by Lu Menger's power. Just as Chun Xiang took a step, he felt a powerful cold and hot stream surging out from deep within the crack. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang felt extremely cold to the point of H-I plus veering, but in another blink of an eye he felt heat as if he was being burned by fire. This feeling of alternating hot and cold had suddenly made him softly lay paralyzed on the ground. He didn't expect that the fire spirit would actually have freezing cold power. Lu Menger was even more surprised than Chun Xiang. She was originally a martial artist cultivating fire and ice true qi, and she had a very high resistance against fire and ice. However, she also could not bear the alternating heat and cold, causing her to trust Chun Xiang's words even more. A very powerful thing was indeed hiding underground. That thing is coming up. Sister Menger, be careful. Chun Xiang suddenly burst into a shout. He wanted to block the pouncing and frightening fire spirit, but he was paralyzed by the alternating cold and hot stream. Lu Menger was surprised as she quickly retreated, only to see a purple thing shoot out of the crack with even more intense cold air and scorching heat, making Chun Xiang even more uncomfortable. Lu Menger finally knew what it was. She was a fire user, and regarding flames, she had a very deep understanding. With one glance, she recognized it was the greed for all the fire users, the fire spirit. However, it was also with freezing cold characteristic, and based on her knowledge, this type of fire spirit should not exist. Purple fire spirit, Sister Menger, quickly receive it. Don't let this thing run away. Chun Xiang quickly shouted. Lu Menger glanced at Chen Xiang in surprise. She didn't know why Chen Xiang knew there was a fire spirit here. Moreover, the purple fire spirit was formidable. In her opinion, such a youngling should not have such a deep understanding about fire spirits. Not to mention fire spirits. Even people who knew about martial soul were not many. Although the martial soul was similarly rare, there were still more of them compared to the fire spirits. Chen Xiang looked at the bunch of purple flames floating in the air. Even though he didn't know what fire spirit it was, he knew that this kind of fire spirit was a strange type, and it was different compared to the fire spirits he had seen. When Chen Xiang wanted to urge Lu Menger to receive the fire spirit, the purple fire spirit actually consciously flew towards Lu Menger and merged into Lu Menger's body. The moment the fire spirit merged into Lu Menger's beautiful face suddenly distorted from pain as she let out crisp and sharp screams. Chen Xiang had suffered this kind of pain, and it was also the same for Wu Qianqian. Seeing the painful appearance of Lu Menger, Chen Xiang was heartbroken. Lu Menger let out mournful and tender screams in pain while rolling on the ground. Chen Xiang didn't expect that when fused with the fire spirit, even Nirvana realm martial artists could experience such excruciating pain. This is necessary because after the fusion with the fire spirit, her flames and her body will undergo advancement. Moreover, her flames and body are already both very strong. That's why she must suffer pain even more severe than what you and Wu Qianqian had experienced. Su Meiyao said. Lu Menger felt like she was dying. At this time, she suddenly grabbed Chen Xiang rather powerfully with her tender hands. Little rascal, it's very painful. Lu Menger screamed. Seeing this, Chen Xiang felt his heart bleed. He hugged Lu Menger and let her lean on his arms, just like when he hugged Wu Qianqian the last time. Although Lu Menger was in agony, she knew she was being hugged by Chen Xiang, which made her extremely disgraced and furious. However, she simply could not reprimand Chen Xiang, since the pain intensified. Lu Menger was now sitting on Chen Xiang's lap, and her slender thighs were closely sandwiching Chen Xiang's thick waist. Her beautiful hands were also closely clutching Chen Xiang's generous waist, and her nails had already entered Chen Xiang's clothes and dug into Chen Xiang's flesh. At the moment, rounds after rounds of Y scratches appeared on Chen Xiang's back. Chapter 274, Kissing. Chapter 274, Kissing TLN. In the 17K site, this chapter is censored. The TI at 17K is also different. It is fusion of fire spirit. So if someone find it rather different from 17K chapter, please don't blame me. Is this every woman's talent? Chun Xiang secretly endured. Lu Menger's body was much more powerful than Chen Xiang's, despite the fact he had the 5th level immortal and devil body. Her clawing still left dy marks. Both of Chen Xiang's hands were wrapped around Lu Menger's soft and slender waist. He held her tight in his bosom, a close-knit hug, while Lu Menger's body alternated between two extremes of hot and cold. Feeling those two round, voluptuous soft lumps transmitting hot and cold sensations, waves surged in Chen Xiang's heart. However, Lu Menger had also rendered numerous Y scratches on Chen Xiang's back. Thus, he was currently both happy and in pain. Lu Menger's face was buried in his chest. After nibbling her lips for a long time, she suddenly felt a lot better. She was barely conscious of the fact that her nails were lacerating Chen Xiang's back, but she could not control herself. She was simply in too much pain. Little rascal, I'm going to die. Ugh. It's so painful, whimpered Lu Menger. She raised her head and looked at Qin Xiang. Her beautiful face had been distorted with pain. Her pretty eyes revealed a complex look that only gave a hint of the unbearable pain she was going through. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiang felt a dull, throbbing pain in his heart for some unknown reason. Looking at those beautiful eyes, he could not help but lower his head. He slowly brought his lips closer, before eventually sealing those bleeding lips belonging to Lu Menger. Lu Menger was in pain and felt disgraced, even when she bit her lips down even more tightly. Qin Xiang's soft and fiery tongue managed to pry them open. Qin Xiang was taking a huge risk right now. With the unimaginable pain Lu Menger was going through, it wouldn't be a strange event if she suddenly clenched her jade teeth and bit his tongue right off. With some effort, Qin Xiang's tongue finally made its way safely into Lu Menger's mouth. Soon he managed to locate that hiding fragrant tongue, stroking it around. He was quite familiar with this, as Xue Xianxian and Qin Xiang had often kissed, so he was well versed in this sort of thing. The last time he managed to compel Su Meiyao into unable to stop herself. This kind of strange feeling was like an electric current. It suddenly surged through Lu Menger's whole body from the inside of her mouth. Because she knew that Qin Xiang's tongue was moving around in her mouth, she did not dare to vigorously bite down, no matter how painful it was for her. At the same time, she managed to curse Qin Xiang through her pain for taking advantage of her crisis and doing this sort of thing to her. She was Xue Xianxian's master, and Xue Xianxian was Qin Xiang's wife. Actually, when Qin Xiang thought of this relations, H-I plus P between them, he became even more excited, stirring up that unyielding, fragrant tongue. Lu Menger did not last long in her futile resistance. Every single time her tongue got caught by his, her body would feel inexplicably comfortable, which eased much of pain. She jerkily met with Qin Xiang's, as her soft, delicate tongue wrapped around his. Qin Xiang secretly felt very happy in his heart. The last time he and Su Meiyao kissed was also similar to this. Although both women had lived for a very long time, neither of them were proficient or well versed in things regarding men and women. In fact, they had never even kissed someone before. Now, when they tasted its sweetness, Lu Menger was infatuated with the soft, comforting sensation spreading through her, as was Su Meiyao. They both took the initiative and Pa-S silently returned the action, kissing Qin Xiang of their own accord. Unconsciously, the throbbing pain in Lu Menger's body gradually weakened. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang also had a bizarre feeling. At this time, Long Shuai exclaimed, "Your heavenly sun fire spirit is releasing a peculiar aura. It's actually flowing through your mouth into Lu Menger's body and suppressing that strange fire spirit." Lu Menger's pain had completely disappeared now. She felt as if she had just emerged out of H-E-L and entered a paradise. She could clearly feel a bizarre stream of energy surging into her body through Qin Xiang's tongue. After entering her body, this energy seemed to accelerate the fusion between her body and that strange fire spirit. This was a very mystical sensation. Sometimes a bad accident would bring about something beautiful. This was definitely the case for Qin Xiang. What was currently happened was something he had only dreamed of coming true. In the ring, Su Meiyao was tenderly snorting. "This little rascal. Humph, he is really bad. He's even bullying his wife's master." When she thought to the past of personally kissing Qin Xiang last time, her beautiful suddenly flushed a bright red. She was overwhelmed with a feeling of longing. However, she would never voice that out loud. The sun fell as night came. Lu Menger suddenly slumped down and instantly fell asleep. When both of their lips had parted, Qin Xiang was completely satisfied. At the same time, he recalled that sensation with a feeling of nostalgia. He looked at the defenseless beauty lying in his arms and felt proud in his heart. He stroked her soft hair and wiped off the streaks of tears left on her face. That sort of indescribable pain rendered Lu Menger physically and mentally exhausted. Even though Qin Xiang did help her in relieving some physical pain, he added some to her mental exhaustion. Yet all in all, she was completely exhausted from all the ordeal of today. Qin Xiang still felt a stinging sensation on his back and knew the scene was appalling, but he felt it was still definitely worth it. Qin Xiang remained motionless. He feared that the slightest movement would wake Lu Menger and shatter this beautiful and fragile moment. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily and only stared at Lu Menger's sleeping face with love. She was so stunningly beautiful. "You little rascal. Hey, you're definitely a bad boy, but this girl liked it." Long Shuai mischievously laughed. She also wanted to come out and stroke that beautiful face. It seems that when she was fusing with the fire spirit, she underwent far more excruciating pain than Wu Qianqian. Qin Xiang said with a heavy sigh, "Of course that's the case. She is in the Nirvana realm after all. The fact that she's not dead is pretty good. Don't forget that fire spirits are all very strange. A purple fire spirit is very good, but it was also with freezing, cold purple fire spirit. That being said, it is also the most suitable one for her. It is a very unique fire spirit. If used correctly, it's not necessarily worse than your heavenly sun fire spirit." Su Meiyao said with envy. Qin Xiang just laughed it off and said, "Sister Meiyao, just wait until I'm strong enough. I'll definitely help you find a powerful fire spirit." Bai Yu said with a neither cold nor warm tone, "Junior sister, this brat is definitely planning to take advantage of women when they fuse with fire spirits." Sister Meiyao, when you fuse with the fire spirit, this brat can be perfectly justified in his actions to help ease your pain. He will definitely take advantage of you, quite cheaply. Long Shuai said with a wide grin. Qin Xiang muttered, "Bunch of bad women, gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measures. I am truly thinking for Sister Meiyau's sake." He said this, only to hear Long Shuai along with the two sisters suddenly tenderly snort in unison. None of these three women believed what Qin Xiang just said. Qin Xiang was worried that after Lu Menger woke up, she would be estranged from him. At that time, it would be very difficult for him to meet her ever again. He very much missed the sensation of kissing Lu Menger. Qin Xiang sighed lightly when he thought about how he was able to kiss one of the strongest female martial artists in the world. He was both satisfied and worried. At dawn, Lu Menger gradually opened her eyes as she woke up. When Qin Xiang and Wu Qianqian fused with their fire spirits, they slept for a long time. Yet Lu Menger only slept for one night before waking up. Lu Menger's eyes were half opened. Her face was still buried in Qin Xiang's chest. She could hear the pounding of Qin Xiang's heart, which mirrored her own. She was still powerless at the moment. The fusion with the fire spirit had yet to finish. "Hey, little rascal, wake up." My body is hurting again." Lu Menger powerlessly trailed off. Qin Xiang instantly opened his eyes. He was fiercely elated in his heart. Lu Menger managed to tilt her head upwards and stare into Qin Xiang's eyes, her own filled with a complex, attractive splendor. In response, Qin Xiang stroked her pale face before lowering his head. He once again began pa-s, silently kissing Lu Menger. This time around, his tongue met no resistance and easily entered Lu Menger's mouth. The two intertwined in a warm and tender embrace. The fire chi from the heavenly sun fire spirit instilled into Lu Menger's body while the two individuals became immersed this warm sensation filled with happiness. Chapter 275, Divine Weapons Trail. Chapter 275, Divine Weapons Trail. Another day passed, said. Early morning. Sunlight shone upon an embracing couple of a strapping young man and a beauty. The scene seemed to be very warm. Qin Xiang opened his eyes. He had released a rather large amount of heavenly sun fire spirit's fire chi, making him very tired, and it was only because Long Shuai was keeping a close watch on his surroundings was he able to embrace a beauty and rest. Lu Menger's beautiful and stunning face returned to its past splendor, and at this time she appeared even more beautiful and moving, as if a flower has bloomed, filled with a kind of glamorous charm. She has fused successfully, Long Shui said. Chun Xiang nodded his head, but he did not release Lu Menger from his embrace. He was worried that in the future he would not be able to hold Lu Menger again, despite knowing he would definitely be cursed by Lu Menger. Lu Menger, feeling the dazzling sunlight plustering upon her, slightly lifted her eyelid, raised her head and looked at Qin Xiang. Her blurred, pretty eyes were filled with a complex look. She too didn't know how she should face this kind of thing. At this moment, she had already recovered her strength, but she did not leave Qin Xiang's arms. Sister Menger, congratulations! You have fused with the fire spirit. Qin Xiang sincerely congratulated, then lightly stroked her hair. Thank you, Lu Menger said in a tender tone. At this time, she suddenly felt that there was something strange inside her nails, causing her to think of how she mindlessly scratched Qin Xiang's back when she was enduring the pain. Just when Lu Menger wanted to clean up Qin Xiang's wound, Qin Xiang closely hugged her and said, "It's nothing serious. I will not let you go, lest I'm unable to hold you in the future." Lu Menger lightly spat. "Little fool, quickly release me. If I'm like this with you, what do you want me to do?" Qin Xiang released Lu Menger and obediently laid down on the ground. Lu Menger, seeing the numerous staggered BLODY scratches on Qin Xiang's back, felt a heartache. She once again looked at both of her hands, which were filled with blood and some skin she had scratched out. After Lu Menger woke up, the atmosphere was not as embarrassing as Qin Xiang had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with a light warmth, making Qin Xiang feel secretly happy. "Sister Menger, your flames are now very formidable, right?" Qin Xiang asked. "I think my fire spirit is much special than I imagined. You little rascal also have fire spirit, right? And it seems it is also as formidable as mine." Lu Menger, with some herbal water, carefully wiped those deep scratches on Qin Xiang's back. Unconsciously, her eyes became somewhat moist. Although she knew these small injuries were rather nothing to Qin Xiang, she still felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. And regarding our fire spirits, it can't be spoken to anyone, because there is a powerful organization that specially crossed worlds to catch fire spirit users. Not to mention this organization can even seize the fire spirit within one's body. Sister Menger, you definitely have to keep it a secret. Qin Xiang seriously exhorted. "I know about this organization. It is called Fire God Temple. My parents once told me about them, and told me that if I ever go to the heavenly realm, I must avoid the Fire God Temple, no matter how rich the condition they give. I cannot join them." Lu Menger's complexion also turned dignified. After some kind of powder was applied on Qin Xiang's back, he felt cool, and very soon the flesh on his back began to regrow, filling up those deep scratches. It was the white jade Dan, and regarding ordinary external injuries, was very useful. Qin Xiang's clothes have already been clawed through, so he just took off his clothes. Lu Menger didn't felt shy, as if she had been accustomed to this. Her eyes were peering at the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang's left arm as she asked, "What is this?" "Tattoo," Qin Xiang casually said. Lu Menger also didn't hold any doubt, as she didn't feel anything wrong with the white dragon. Lu Menger released her jade lotus disc, and after she boarded with Qin Xiang, it flew towards the fragrant city. "Sister Menger, give me a hug," Qin Xiang said in a low voice. "No way, we will be seen, and it will not be good." Lu Menger rejected the request of little rascal. Qin Xiang sighed in disappointment before laying down on the disc. "Little rascal, do not always think of something bad. You need to become strong. I'll enter the heavenly realm much quicker than you by that time." Lu Menger didn't continue to speak. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "Sister Menger, after you go to the heavenly realm, will you wait for me?" But of course, Lu Menjur knew Qin Xiang was certainly out of ordinary. After the kiss with Qin Xiang, she found her own feeling towards him had already become clear. Hearing Lu Menjur's affirmation, Qin Xiang felt relieved. You can't let Xian Xian and Yulan know about this, Lu Menjur said with a flush on her face. Thinking of cheating with her only apprentice's husband, she suddenly felt extremely ashamed. She felt very bad. And at the same time, she cursed Qin Xiang, this little rascal, who was actually so lascivious, even made a move on his wife's master. Qin Xiang sat up, looked towards Lu Menjur, took out the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade, and said, Sister Menjur, now only the whereabouts of the white tiger divine weapon remains unknown. We already have the 3 divine weapons. Perhaps after we bring the 3 weapons together, it could produce a contact with the 4th white tiger divine weapon. While speaking, on Qin Xiang's body, the black tortoise adamantal armor already appeared. Staring at Qin Xiang wearing a battle armor, looking prestigious and handsome, Lu Menjur was in a trance. Last time, after she saw Qin Xiang put on the black tortoise adamantal armor, she had a complex mood for Qin Xiang. Little rascal, when I was scratching your back, why did you not release the black tortoise adamantal armor? Lu Menjur lowered her head and spat. You have the vermilion bird tender thread. I was afraid that if I released it, it would affect your fusion with the fire spirit. Qin Xiang grinned. Sister Menjur, hurry up and release your vermilion bird divine weapon. Lu Menjur nodded her head, waved her tender white hands, only to see a transparent ribbon appear on her hand, wrapped around her body. She looked like a fairy, making Qin Xiang stare at her in a daze. When the 3 divine weapons were brought closer together, it exactly happened as Qin Xiang had predicted. It really produced a bizarre contact. Very soon, in Qin Xiang and Lu Menjur's mind, a tiger's roar resounded, filled with slaughtering aura. It can really sense the white tiger divine weapon's location. What the L is it? Qin Xiang muttered. Lu Menjur looked at the direction from where the tiger roar came. Her voice became rather serious. It came from the direction of the free immortal sea. I heard there is a huge whirlpool in the nearby sea, and every once in a while it will appear. Is it because there is a mysterious realm? Should be. How often does that whirlpool appears? Qin Xiang hastily asked. 3 years. I'll inform you after investigating, Lu Menjur said. At this time, she had become very close with Qin Xiang, and now her thoughts were mostly for the sake of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang nodded his head and received the black tortoise adamantal armor and the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. Lu Menjur was the empress of the divine weapon heavenly empire. Of course, she would have gathered information regarding the other forces, especially the free immortal sea. For this powerful influence that had suddenly appeared, she had even sent someone undercover. Sister Menjur, give me a kiss. Qin Xiang pulled Lu Menjur's sleeve and said with an evil laugh, Humph, do not give. Lu Menjur atti. Tude was very firm, then softly added, It is not that difficult to see us, and if we are exposed, we will definitely be in trouble. Chapter 276. High Rank Tournament. Chapter 276. High Rank Tournament. Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue. Although Lu Menjur said so, in his heart he was still somewhat happy because the current scenario was not what he had imagined. He had thought Lu Menjur would ignore him, but now it seemed Lu Menjur acquiesced her feelings. The flying disk's speed had become even faster. Qin Xiang knew that after the fusion with the fire spirit, Lu Menjur's strength improved by a lot. He was also happy for Lu Menjur. We will soon arrive at the fragrant city, Qin Xiang said with some excitement. Little rascal, aren't you too anxious to see that seductress Hua Xiangyue? Lu Menjur suddenly became extremely jealous as she spoke with a tone filled with jealousy. Qin Xiang laughed and said, Of course not. Hua Xiangyue, although pretty good, but still not as good to me as Sister Menjur. She at most had sold the spirit herbs to me at some cheaper price, but Sister Menger and I have gone through life and death. You little rascal, which demon technique did you use to charm that seductress? Hua Xiangyue? Lu Menger felt a lot better. What they had experienced together had already laid a foundation for their relations. H-I plus P, while Hua Xiangyue, from the start, only wanted to win Qinxiang over. So naturally, her relation was not as good as Lu Menger's with Qinxiang. When they were just about to reach the fragrance city, Lu Menger covered her face with a white muslin and said, "We will go to the divine weapon shop in the fragrance city. If you have important business, even though you have to look for Hua Xiangyue, do not delay because of me." Lu Menger realized that Qinxiang definitely came to the fragrance city to partake. 1. P8 in the alchemy tournament and also to purchase some precious herbs. A large auction would be held here. If he processed things through Hua Xiangyue, it would naturally be much easier. She didn't want to delay Qinxiang just because of how she felt. "Sister Menger, you're truly good." Qinxiang reluctantly smiled and said, Lu Menger was like a virtuous wife. He knew Lu Menger's heart had already been captured by him, and it was only because of some reason that they had yet to break the final layer. Qinxiang, with a hat and a black cloth on his face, followed behind Lu Menger into the fragrant city in a quick speed. Many others dressed like them could often be seen in the fragrance city, because some people were worried about exposing their ident. 1. Tai, lest unnecessary trouble would come knocking at their door. After entering the divine weapon shop, just as the owner saw Lu Menger, he suddenly jumped from shock, then respectfully brought Lu Menger and Qinxiang on the third floor. Lu Menger would often come to the fragrant city in order to buy a large number of dawn. That was why the owner so easily recognized her. Here it was also her residence. After entering, Qinxiang shamelessly pestered Lu Menger, and eventually Lu Menger softened as she hugged and kissed Qinxiang. It was also the first time she had a kiss with Qinxiang under clear conscience, and she only promised this once. After kissing, it was already a little more than half an hour, and Lu Menger was completely flushed red. She scoffed and said, "There will be no next time, unless you can justifiably stay together with me." Qinxiang sighed lightly. Together with Lu Menger, justifiably was easier said than done. Although 3 wives and 6 concubines were common in this world, one must still have the ability to do so, especially to get someone like this Oh, des Lu Menger. Seeing Qinxiang looking dejected, Lu Menger spat. "Greedy little rascal. You have Xian Xian and Yulan, these 2 beauties, yet you are even having the idea of me." Qinxiang mischievously laughed. Who made Sister Menger become so enticing? "No way, besides, I also have a little ability. Cough, cough. I still have to look for Hua Xiangyue. That seductress cannot wait to eat me out completely." Lu Menger became jealous. She tenderly snorted and said, "Then leave quickly." Qinxiang happily left. Lu Menger licked her lips and recalled the feeling from a while ago. She could not help but heave a complex sigh. "Little rascal, I've spent 6 nirvana tribulations. There are 3 more left. I don't know if I can survive. I just don't want you to be too sad at that time." Nirvana tribulation was very frightening. People who had never experienced it would not understand how nervous Nirvana realm martial artists were, especially when the Nirvana realm was approaching. It was like end of the world. Lu Menger had crossed 6 Nirvana tribulations, and crossing them was not very easy. In fact, she almost died. Qinxiang had just arrived at the stairs, but after listening to Long Xue conveying this sentence to him, he actually clenched his fists. He obviously knew about Nirvana tribulation. Many Nirvana tribulation martial artists fell in their 8th and 9th tribulation. It was also the reason why, even though many sects had been established for many years, there was still a scarce amount of Nirvana realm martial artists. "Little rascal, don't bother her too much. It seems her 7th tribulation is about to come. If her mind is not calm, It would be very detrimental to her when her nirvana, tribulation, comes. Sumayao said, she had the vermilion bird, tender thread, and she had also fused with the fire spirit. They will aid her in crossing the tribulation. Bai Yu said, she was comforting Qin Xiang, and this caused Qin Xiang to feel warmth. You can ask Elder Dan or Gu Dongqin to talk about their experience while crossing the 7th tribulation. This information will be very helpful to her. I think it is better to ask Elder Dan. She is a woman. She will surely describe it in more details. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. No matter the price, he would make Elder Dan look for Lu Menger and tell her about her experience in crossing the tribulation. He knew Gu Dongqin's strength was not as good as Elder Dan. That was why Elder Dan must have crossed her 7th nirvana tribulation. After strolling around outside, Qin Xiang inquired about many of the stuff he wanted to know. The first thing he asked about was the auction, and the second was where to register for the alchemy tournament. All in all, the tournament was divided into 3 levels: low-rank tournament, which was for 1st and 2nd level alchemists, middle-rank tournament, which was for 3rd level and 4th level alchemists, and finally the high-rank tournament, which was for 5th and 6th level alchemists. The high-rank tournament was the most watched tournament. Moreover, the rewards were also very rich, making the tournament really worth watching. There are still 3 months left before the registration ends. I do not want to partic. 1. P. 8 in the middle rank, I want to partic. 1. P. 8 in the high rank tournament. Qin Xiang clenched his fist, then rushed towards the Danshang Tower. At the very least, you have to be a 5th level alchemist, and the bar is too high for becoming a 5th level alchemist. Sumayao said. Qin Xiang arrived at the Danshang Tower. Each floor had a plaque representing each level of alchemist. He remembered that the 5th level of the alchemist was more detailed compared to previous levels. The 5th level alchemist is divided into low level, medium level, and high level. The low level requires the capability to refine 3 kinds of low-grade profound level dawn. Now I can refine the elemental spirit Dan and the building foundation Dan. I am only short of 1 Dan. Qin Xiang clenched his fist. He was secretly excited. It is enough I can register for the high-rank tournament if I can become a 5th level low-level alchemist. The elemental spirit Dan and the building foundation Dan had a relatively high content of metal, and because the ingredients for refining building foundation Dan were lacking, when refining low-grade profound level Dan, many will not choose refining building foundation Dan. It was also true for the ingredients of the elemental spirit Dan. Moreover, its refining difficulty was also big. If Qin Xiang didn't have a fire spirit or had much experience in refining the building foundation Dan, he probably would have failed too many times. In Sumayao's opinion, his 99 failures were already very rare and heaven-defying, because it was too difficult to refine the profound level Dan. No matter what kind of profound level Dan it was, as long one could refine it, it meant the improvement of their alchemy level. That was why 5th level alchemists and above ranks were once again divided. Otherwise, in light with the previous low levels, one must at least be able to refine 3 kinds of middle grade profound level Dan before their alchemy level would improve. Chapter 277, 100 Beasts Dan. Chapter 277, 100 Beasts Dan. Among the low-grade profound level Dan, there were some which were rather easy to refine. However, these Dans seemed to be of no use to many people, and their herbs were expensive. These kinds of Dan only had one advantage, and that was to be used for practice. Although herbs were very expensive, they were still not as rare as the herbs for the building foundation Dan and the elemental spirit Dan. Qin Xiang decided to go for the 100 Beasts Dan. This Dan was comparatively easy to refine, but it was among the less useful type. Because the herbs were expensive and the refining difficulty was a little harder than the high-grade spirit level Dan, it was included in the low-grade profound level Dan. The 100 Beasts Dan was mainly used to feed or lure spirit beasts. It was greatly appealing to all spirit beasts from grade 1 to grade 9. It was a Dan which could make spirit beasts advance their level. However, to humans, it had no effect whatsoever. That was why it was not among the useful Dan, yet it was still sold in certain markets, especially for those who were raising their own spirit beasts. To them, it was an essential Dan. Among the low-grade, profound-level Dan, there were other kinds of Dan, but those were not commonly used. There were a good several kinds of detoxication Dan, healing Dan, as well as some Dan which were rather useful for specific purposes. They were also relatively more difficult to refine. However, as long as an alchemist has mastered the basics of refining the building foundation Dan and the elemental spirit Dan, refining these Dan would not be that difficult. The herbs of the low-grade, profound-level Dan are all very expensive. It seems I really have to look for that seductress, Hua Xiangyue. Qin Xiang said in a low voice as he climbed up the Danxiang Tower. There were some herbs which were not open for sale to the public. Only someone with special demands and good relations with the Danxiang Taiyuan could buy these herbs. This was Danxiang Taiyuan way to prevent them from being bought by hostile forces or devil path sections. Qin Xiang's relation with the Danxiang Taiyuan was very good. Last time, he had saved the disciples of Danxiang Taiyuan, and he himself was very familiar with Hua Xiangyue. Not to mention in the southern wasteland, he had once again saved the disciples of the Danxiang Taiyuan. In the tower, Qin Xiang didn't reveal his ident. One time, he only said he had important business and wanted to discuss with Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li, once she saw a man with half his face covered, could not help but frown. At this time, she suddenly heard a voice transmitted into her ear. "Mrs. Li, it's me, Qin Xiang." Qin Xiang's voice was like cemented into a wire, which was transmitted directly into Mrs. Li's ears, causing Mrs. Li to be slightly surprised. She nodded her head to Qin Xiang, and then took Qin Xiang to higher floor. "Young Master Qin, I know you will come. Dean had told me that once young Master Qin arrived at the Fragrance City, he have to be treated as a VIP. Mrs. Li said with a kind smile, "Dean, the Danxiang Taiyuan's Dean actually thought so highly of him, and this made him a little flattered." He laughed and said, "Mrs. Li, I already have a place to lodge. I came here to buy spirit herbs, and I need to buy them in bulk. Young Master Qin, what if I let you talk with Manager Hua? She is not far from here, and she will be able to come here quickly. If the amount is too large, it's better to deal with her." Mrs. Li was somewhat surprised. A while ago, the extreme martial sect had just purchased a large number of Dan from the Danxiang Taiyuan, but now Qin Xiang also wanted to carry out a bigger trade. A brat that could have so much wealth was rather marvelous. Mrs. Li knew that Qin Xiang could refine the building foundation Dan, but knowing how to refine didn't mean he had already refined countless building foundation Dan. For this, she felt it was quite a pity. Qin Xiang waited for less than half an hour before Hua Xiangyue arrived. Once she saw it was Qin Xiang, she let out a soft snort. "Little guy, aren't you overflowing with riches? Yet you're still looking for a discount from me, huh?" It was obvious that only after Hua Xiangyue had dressed herself did she come. She wore a snow-white longuette, which revealed her white and jade-like pretty shoulders, as well as her delicate and beautiful collarbone, along with a beautiful red glistening hair ornament. Hua Xiangyue was rather enticing. With a slightly shaking S.H.I. plus New York gemstone earrings, this stunner at the moment was the most charming woman Qin Xiang had ever seen. Seeing Qin Xiang's dazed appearance, Hua Xiangyue was proud in her heart. She walked to the chair beside Qin Xiang and gracefully sat down. Her delicate fragrance wafted towards Qin Xiang, and after it drifted into Qin Xiang's nose, he could not help but feel refreshed. Hua Xiangyue, this charming and mature, had a dismissive smile hanging on her face. She said in a mocking tone, "Little rascal, am I beautiful today?" Qin Xiang nodded his head and spoke very seriously. "Very beautiful. If you take off your clothes, you will be definitely more beautiful. Although you are already very beautiful, I feel you will be a lot more beautiful without them." Hua Xiangyue suddenly began giggling. You little rascal have not changed a bit. What do you want to buy? Speak quickly. Right? You little rascal actually hid from me that you know how to refine building foundation, Don. So hateful. Speaking till here, for some unknown reason, Hua Xiangyue became angry, which left Chen Xiang somewhat baffled. I want the herbs for the 100 beasts, Dan, aside from the spirit beast's core and the auxiliary herbs. I want the rest. Chun Xiang had a lot of monster cores. In the southern wasteland, he had even killed a profound beast and obtained the devil elemental nuclei, which could also be used for refining 100 beasts, Dan. Hua Xiangyue was somewhat shocked. She did not know why Qin Xiang wanted to refine 100 beasts, Dan, and it seemed he needed a lot of materials. How many sets do you want? Hua Xiangyue asked. Beast elemental fruit, spirit beast GRA, S, clover roots, demon flower, these 4? Qin Xiang nodded his head. First give me 50 sets. So many. Hua Xiangyue shouted in surprise. You want to do what? Chun Xiang smiled and said, of course it's for alchemy. I am planning to become a 5th level alchemist, albeit low level, but with this I can partake. 1. P. 8 in the high rank tournament. Little rascal, don't you know only to refine building foundation, Dan? That is a rather common among the low-grade profound level Dawn. As far as I know, among the low-grade profound level Dawn, only the building foundation Dan and the 100 beast Dan are relatively easy to refine. As for the others, either the herbs are rare or they are very difficult to refine. Now, with only 3 months left, it is certainly too late. You obediently register for the middle rank tournament. Hua Xiangyue advised. I do not want you to waste your money on these irrelevant matter. Qin Xiang just smiled. Xiangyue, let's make a gamble then. If in 3 months I can become a 5th level alchemist, give me a kiss. Hua Xiangyue tenderly snorted before decisively denying. I'll rather not bet. This left Qin Xiang somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Hua Xiangyue to actually refuse so decisively. Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue, then asked, Sister Hua, approximately how many crystal stones should I need to pay you? Do you have enough materials here? Don't worry about it. There is no one to buy them for too long. The ingredients must be moldy by now. Although this stuff is good for practice, its refining time is too long. Unless there is a large number of spirit beasts to nurture, its usefulness is not that great. Hua Xiangyue, seeing Qin Xiang was so resolute, could only give up each set for 200,000 crystal stones. It is a lot cheaper for you. Qin Xiang, regarding this price, was also quite satisfied, because from one set he could refine 7 to 8 dawn, which could be sold for 200,000 to 300,000 crystal stones. However, the total amount he had to pay was about 10 million crystal stones, which caused Qin Xiang's heart to ache. For this, he had to pay 2,000 true elemental dawn. Before arriving, he had brought more than 10,000 true elemental dawn. He didn't expect to suddenly be relieved of so many. What he was most worried about was whether these true elemental dawn would be enough for the auction. Chapter 278 Disappeared Mainland. Chapter 278 Disappeared Mainland. Hua Xiangyue, seeing Qin Xiang's somewhat painful appearance, was secretly pleased. Take it. I wish you can be successful. But according to my experience, unless you have not failed this 100 beasts Dan 100 to 200 times, you will not be successful. Hua Xiangyue handed the 4 main herbs of the 100 beasts Dan to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang received them over, smiled, and said, These 50 are enough for me to be successful. Don't you know, I'm an alchemy genius. But I truly didn't expect you to carry so many spirit herbs on you. That is, of course. I'm the one in charge of Danxiang Taoyuan. Hua Xiangyue, to Qin Xiang's words, was doubtful. She had never heard of anyone becoming successful in refining the 100 beasts Dan in just 50 tries. Qin Xiang pretended to be surprised. So to say, Sister Hua, you are a rich madam. Hey, Are you now regretting not receiving me as your maid? Hua Xiangyue teasingly said, extended her beautiful hands, and lightly stroked Qin Xiang's cheek. Those pair of watery eyes stared at Qin Xiang flirtatiously and with affection. They were glistening in tempting and captivating splendor, causing Qin Xiang to fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva. But of course, if you were my maid, I'd have you accompany me to sleep every day and bath with me together. Qin Xiang lightly held Hua Xiangyue's tender and beautiful hands and said with an evil laugh, feeling her hands lightly stroked by Qin Xiang. She could not help but feel somewhat ashamed as a light red glow appeared on her face. She wanted to retract her hands, but Qin Xiang was still holding them tightly. She didn't expect Qin Xiang to actually be so bold and frivolous. Only after Qin Xiang had thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of holding Hua Xiangyue's tender hands did he release them, which made Hua Xiangyue tenderly spat a mouthful. I'll leave you a room here for you to refine dawn. This is the safest location in the fragrance city. Qin Xiang shook his head, laughed, and said no need. I have a place to stay. I feel I will be much more safer there than here. Do you mean the divine weapon shop? Hua Xiangyue did not know why, but in her mind, Lu Menger's silhouette immediately popped out, causing her voice to be filled with jealousy. Congratulations, you guessed it correctly. Qin Xiang grinned, then turned around to leave. What is the relation between you and Lu Menger? Hua Xiangyue asked in a tender tone, stopping Qin Xiang on his tracks and not letting him leave. Whatever relation I have with her, is it part of your business? Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said, making Hua Xiangyue to pout and stamp her foot, You little rascal, aren't you aware of what's in my mind? Hua Xiangyue pinched his arm. Qin Xiang sat down, and in a complaining tone he said, Sister Xiangyue, just a moment ago you received 2,000 true elemental dawn from me. Of course, I understand your intentions. Humph, little rascal, tell me honestly, what is your relation with Lu Menger? Hua Xiangyue, with a rather serious look, asked. Qin Xiang couldn't understand why these women would all be the sensitive. Before, it was Lu Menger who had asked his relation with Hua Xiangyue, and now it was Hua Xiangyue who was asking the very same question about his relation with Lu Menger. My wife is her apprentice, and she is good to her apprentice, so she also treats her apprentice's husband better. It is precisely this kind of relation. Like a sister, she is very kind to me. Qin Xiang said he promised Lu Menger that he would never speak of their relation to anyone. I don't believe you. There is certainly something fishy. Although it seems ridiculous, I still believe my instincts. In the southern wasteland, Hua Xiangyue had discovered the look in the eyes of Qin Xiang, and Lu Menger was rather different. Moreover, both of them would occasionally glance at each other. Although it was not obvious, she still caught it. Hua Xiangyue was certainly jealous. Even if Qin Xiang was blind from her tone, it was impossible for him not to notice. However, he was not clear about Hua Xiangyue's motive. He and Lu Menger could be so close because he and Lu Menger had experienced many things. In addition, they both knew too many of each other's secret, and Qin Xiang's huge potential also played a big part in bringing them both closer. Hua Xiangyue also knew when to stop. She could guess the reason why Qin Xiang refused to admit it. It was all for confidentiality. That was why she also didn't want to be entangled in this matter. Little rascal, have you ever gone back to the secular world? Hua Xiangyue asked. I still have not. I intend to wait for the Danxiang Taoyuan Grand Meeting to end. After that, I'll go back. Qin Xiang said he too very much missed his father. Hua Xiangyue lightly sighed. It seems Lu Menger have not told you and Xue Xianxian about the secular world. The whole secular world suddenly disappeared. Only a big ocean was left. What? Qin Xiang fiercely stood up. He stared at Hua Xiangyue with a look of disbelief. Lu Menger definitely knows about this. Even your dean knows about it. Last time, he and I had a talk about it. Hua, Xiangyue said. Qin Xiang's whole body trembled as his mind went blank. Since the secular world had disappeared, then what about his father and the Chen family? Where did they go? I will go take a look. Just as Qin Xiang had said this, Hua Xiangyue grabbed his arm. Don't worry, they're definitely all right. The only thing that's for sure is that the secular world is not submerged by the sea. The entire piece of mainland suddenly disappeared. It is the same as some legend in the Qinwu mainland. That was why your dean and Lu Menger didn't tell you. Qin Xiang calmed down and asked, What legend? According to legend, before the great calamity befell, the secular world will suddenly disappear. After the great calamity is over, it will be back again. Afterwards, there will be many frightening corpses on it. That scene was too horrifying. As Hua Xiangyue spoke, her face was filled with fear. Corpses? Immortal and Devil Cliff. Corpses of immortals and devils. Qin Xiang immediately thought of this. Then though of Su Meiyao and Bai Yu being lured to the immortal and devil cliff by their enemy. However, that was the secular world. How could there be powerful immortals and devils? And Su Meiyao and Bai Yu didn't seem to be inhabitants of the secular world. Do you mean to say? Qin Xiang suddenly thought of something. In his heart, he was shocked. In light with all of this, the secular world might have gone to the heavenly realm. You do not have to worry about it. The secular world will be back, and its residents will all be safe. Hua Xiangyue comforted. Qin Xiang heaved a long sigh. His mood was very low. At this time, Bai Yu said, She is speaking the truth. The secular world will be back. However, it will still need some time. Little rascal, do not think too much about it. Just concentrate on improving your strength. It will certainly help you during the battle of 3 realms. In the southern wasteland, the devil D was already eyeing on you. By the time the battle begins, you will be in great danger. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang left the Dansheng Tower and returned to the divine weapon shop. Lu Menger had already familiarized herself with the new power of the fire spirit. At the moment, when she saw Qin Xiang's complexion was not good, she asked in a concerned manner, What happened? Sister Menger, do you already know about the disappearance of the secular world? Qin Xiang, with a lowered head, asked. Lu Menger lightly sighed and said, Was it Hua Xiangyue? Why is it that this seductress doesn't have any sense of propriety? Why did she tell you these things? Qin Xiang knew Lu Menger had concealed this, not only to him, but to Xue Xianxian too. However, he also knew that it was all for their sake. That was why he didn't blame Lu Menger. Chapter 279. Cheering Up? Chapter 279. Cheering Up. Lu Menger, after seeing Qin Xiang's dejected appearance, was a little angry. I will go and have a talk with Hua Xiangyue. I knew it. After you get this information, you will be like this. Don't go, I'm all right. Qin Xiang forcefully smiled. He did not want the two of them to have a conflict. Lu Menger patted Qin Xiang's head and comforted. Nothing will happen to your relatives. You do not have to worry about them. I shouldn't have concealed this from you. I should have already told you. At this time, a sound arrived with a little jealousy. Sister Menger, you really should have told him. It was not good to hide it from him. Hua Xiangyue arrived, and she was actually so direct. Lu Menger lightly scoffed. Well, Hua Xiangyue was now finally sure that Qin Xiang, this little rascal, indeed has a very affectionate relation with Lu Menger. Hua Xiangyue, following him here, was totally out of Qin Xiang's expectation. There is a barrier in the secular world. If he doesn't know about this, and if he went there blindly, he will be injured by the barrier. Originally, there was not any barrier around there, but now it is there. Hua Xiangyue's complexion was somewhat solemn. She sat beside Qin Xiang. But what left Qin Xiang surprised was the fact that Lu Menger was actually pouring tea for Hua Xiangyue. The relations, H.I. plus P between the two, was not as bad as he had imagined. If not for Qin Xiang's bad mood, he would have definitely molested these two N. Oh, Bleak Beauty a little, however, looking at these two extremely charming and enticing stunners who could cause the downfall of a country. His mood was also a little better. Fire spirit! Hua Xiangyue jerked from shock. Cruce. H.I. plussing the teacup in her hands, causing the fragrant tea to spill. Qin Xiang and Lu Menjie were also startled. Hua Xiangyue could sense that the fire qi being released from Lu Menjie's body was different from the past. Now it was a lot more fearsome. And this kind of bizarre fire qi was precisely the characteristic trait of a fused fire spirit. Seductress, do you also have it? Lu Menjie was also surprised. She had already concealed it deeply, yet it was perceived by Hua Xiangyue. Under ordinary circumstances, only those who was in possession of the fire spirit could sense it. Hua Xiangyue shook her head and looked at Qin Xiang. She was rather suspicious that Lu Menjie obtaining a fire spirit was somehow related to Qin Xiang. Last time, in the southern wasteland, Lu Menjie didn't have the fire spirit. Menjie, you cannot tell it to anyone. I'll also not reveal it. Hua Xiangyue said in a heavy tone. Lu Menjie nodded her head. I know. Since Qin Xiang's mood was not very good, he returned early to the room to rest. He was a bit surprised by Hua Xiangyue's and Lu Menjie's relations. H.I. plus P from how they were calling each other, he could easily see it. Qin Xiang laid down on the bed and slightly sighed. At the moment, Baiyu became rather talkative, and all of her words were for comforting Qin Xiang. Although she wasn't that good in comforting, her attempt to comfort Qin Xiang left him very moved. Su Meiyao, for this, was also surprised. Her usually frosty senior sister actually knew how to comfort someone. Qin Xiang's mood was a lot better now. Just as he was about to begin alchemy, someone came knocking at his door. Little rascal, quickly open the door. It was Hua Xiangyue's voice. Generally, only Lu Menjie called him as such, and now she too was calling him so, which left Qin Xiang to wonder whether Lu Menjie had told something to Hua Xiangyue. After Qin Xiang opened the door, he immediately saw the teasing smile hanging on Hua Xiangyue's face. Little rascal, a comparatively large auction is going to be held in 2 months. By then, you and Sister Menjie will have VIP box. What did you talk about? Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said somewhat helplessly. Before, he had to be very secretive. Yet Lu Menjie did not keep the secret, which made him a little unhappy. Nothing, just that you are a little rascal. Hua Xiangyue mischievously laughed and said, I came to say goodbye. If you have something to look for me, I'll stay in the Danxiang Tower for some time. After Hua Xiangyue left, Qin Xiang thought of asking Lu Menjie what did she talk about with Hua Xiangyue. But just as he arrived at Lu Menjie's door, he saw a notice stuck on her door. Do not disturb, enclosed door cultivation. Even after knocking for a while, he still did not get any response. No one is inside. Maybe she left to find her wife, Xian Xian. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang shook his head with a sigh. If so, she must have gone to tell Shui Xian Xian about the disappearance of the secular world. After returning to the room, Qin Xiang took out the alchemical furnace and began refining the 100 Beasts Dan, while Su Meiyao and Baiyu both appeared inside the room. Relax, Shui is on the lookout. Your sister Menjie is not here. We came out for fresh air. Su Meiyao stretched her exhausted waist and directly laid down on the bed. Baiyu also sat down on the bed while playing with some pretty jewelry Qin Xiang had bought today. The clothes these two were wearing were all bought by Qin Xiang, and all of them were very beautiful and were relatively of the latest style. Both of them were wearing longuette made up of chiffon, partly hiding and partly revealing their white legs and jade-like arms, which was a feast to Qin Xiang's eyes. Although Baiyu still had that cold look hanging on her face, to Qin Xiang, it still felt a lot more gentle, especially with that gentleness in her eyes peering at him. Qin Xiang's heartbeat became faster. Thinking of Baiyu comforting him before, Qin Xiang felt sweet. From being depressed, Chen Xiang suddenly became high-spirited. He immediately took out the herbs and began to process them. He wanted to quickly restore Su Meiyao's and Bai Yu's strength and let them see the light of day. He very much wanted them to live with no worries and boldly walk among the crowd wearing the clothes he had bought for them. On one side, Chen Xiang processed those herbs, while on the other, he listened to Su Meiyao imparting him her experience with regards to the 100 Beasts Dan. From Su Meiyao's words, Chen Xiang knew refining that 100 Beasts Dan was not too difficult. Little dragon, is this 100 Beasts Dan suitable for you to eat? Chen Xiang teasingly said, which caused Long Shui to let out a spit. Do you think this dragon is the same as those low-rank spirit beasts? Of course it is not appropriate for me. Long Shui retorted with a pout. She sat on the bed between the two, so that she could eat the Dan fed by the two. It appeared that she was like a little princess. Chen Xiang, at this time, surprisingly found that this little girl actually grew up a bit. Before, she had the appearance of a 10 years old, but now she appeared to be 12 to 13 years old, with a slightly bulging chest. Her chest had already begun to take shape, and her head also grew up a little, giving an even cuter look. Chen Xiang mischievously laughed. After I have refined it, then do not ask me, okay? The 100 Beast Dan was a low-grade, profound level Dan, and for spirit beasts it was very advantageous, even if it was a 9th grade spirit beast. Although the building foundation Dan could release a rather large amount of true qi, it was not very useful to the spirit beasts. In Chen Xiang's knowledge, a dragon was also a beast. That was why the 100 Beasts should be suitable for Long Shui, which was also the reason he chose to refine the 100 Beasts Dan. Chen Xiang had experienced refining the building foundation Dan and the elemental spirit Dan, and he knew that refining the 100 Beasts Dan was actually quite easy, although he would fail many times at the beginning, but after each failure, he would have significant progress. Chapter 280, 100 Beasts Dan. Chapter 280, 100 Beasts Dan. The 100 Beasts Dan was a bit difficult to refine. To be precise, the difficulty lies in the fusion of the large amount of life essence in the monster core with the herbs. It was also the first time Chen Xiang was using so many spirit beast cores for alchemy. Beast element fruit, spirit, beast GRA. S. 3 leaves plant roots and demon flower. These 4 herbs were rather expensive, but they were not counted as something too precious, such as the beast elemental fruit, spirit, beast GRA. S. Demon flower, they could be found in places where they're full of spirit beasts. However, they were guarded by powerful spirit beasts, so only stronger martial artists could fetch them. These kind of spirit herbs had energy, but it was all advantageous to spirit beasts because of their special constant I, Tushin. To humans, although they were still somewhat useful, their use was still very minimal. 3 leaves plant roots were roots of a very peculiar tree. On this tree, 3 different shapes of leaves were growing, and even each of their color was rather different. Its root could also regrow, giving birth to a special energy which was very useful to spirit beasts and could enhance the constant I, Tushin of spirit beasts. The spirit beast's core had a large amount of life essence and spirit beast's energy, Isasiu, mulat in it. It was equivalent to a human's true qi, and it also had an incomparably pure energy. At this time, Chen Xiang was controlling a significantly large amount of beast essence, and fusing it with various herbal powder of different characteristics. The goal of doing this was to congeal them into a Dan. Last time when he refined the elemental spirit Dan, Chen Xiang's divine soul was only an infant, but now it was 10 years old. His current divine sense was worlds apart compared with the past, which let him refine dawn with twice the work with half the effort, giving him an even more subtle control over the furnace. With the fierce swaying of the brilliant flame dragon furnace, Chen Xiang let out M-U-F fled shout before the furnace stabilized. As Chen Xiang opened his eyes, a slight smile appeared on his face. After failing for 25 times, I have finally successful. Only a day had said, and the result had left both Su Meiyao and Bai Yu very satisfied. The faster Chen Xiang's progress was, the faster they could restore their strength. 8 dawn! Chen Xiang opened the lid, only to see 8 dawn glistening with an azure aura, accompanied by the rise of the elemental qi of the monster core. He picked up a dan and threw it to Long Shui as he laughed and said, "Little dragon, give it a try!" Long Shui, although she still caught it, had an unhappy look as she solemnly said, "I'm a dragon, not those low-rank spirit beasts. These kind of dawn are the same to me as they are for humans, completely useless." Although she said so, seeing such a beautiful dan that was even exuding such an enticing breath, made her fiercely gulp down her saliva as it also made her lick her lips. In Long Shui's eyes, this 100-beast dan was a lot better than the building foundation dawn, especially the kind of herb fragrance. It made her completely unable to resist, causing her to almost drool, not to mention the rich energy present inside the dan. This 100-beasts dan in her eyes was the same as a sumptuous feast. Her current appearance made Chun Xiang and the two beauties to burst into laughter in their heart. Just a few moments ago, she firmly spoke that this 100-beasts dan was not good enough for her dragon lineage, yet her current expression of wanting to eat but unable to eat made the onlookers want to laugh. The little greedy dragon was, after all, a little greedy dragon. She had always flagrantly eaten so many dawn, and she had already stopped caring about it and just threw aside her dignity as a dragon. She put the 100-beasts dan in her mouth and carefully chewed it into fine pieces. It was first time for Chen Xiang to see her be so careful while eating a dan. In the past, every time she ate a dan, it was like she was having rice, stuffing a bunch of them in her mouth. "It tastes good, right?" Chun Xiang laughed and said, "En." Long Shui nodded her head. Her pair of watery eyes were peering at Chun Xiang's furnace. The dragons are the emperor of all beasts. Although the 100-beasts dan is a little crude, it is barely good enough for a dragon. Quickly give me a few more. These kind of dawn are of no use to you humans. Chun Xiang and Su Meiyao suddenly started laughing. Before, she had said it was useless to her, yet now she was treating them as a treasure. Bai Yu, even with her ice-cold complexion, had a sliver of smile hanging on her face. After Chun Xiang saw this, he endlessly praised in his heart. This frosty woman began laughing. Like inside a land of snow, there was a warm and proud red plum blooming. Chun Xiang gave Long Shui a few dawn. They were indeed rather useless to him. Refining the 100-beasts dan was very quick. Chun Xiang, in 1 hour, was able to refine it twice, with 10 dawn each time. Now he still had some herbs left, and taking advantage of his enthusiastic mood, he refined the rest of the herbs in one breath, successfully refining the 100-beasts dan 20 times, although he failed a couple of times. Right now, he already had 200 dawn. 2 days said, yet there was still no sign of Lu Menger. These past 2 days, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were both inside his room, having fun with Long Shui. Chen Xiang, in order to let them play, did not leave and guarded them. All 3 girls could not walk around, and he knew that this was a rare opportunity. Chun Xiang, of course, was going to let them have fun to their heart's content. Do not care about us. If you need to do something, then it is all right to go. Bai Yu walked beside Chen Xiang. Although her voice was cold as ice, there was a trace of inexplicable gentleness in it. "Little rascal, are you going to look for that seductress, Hua Shengyue?" Su Meiyao asked with a laugh. "En, I want her to take me to grab some spirit beast." Chen Xiang nodded his head. Originally, he wanted Lu Menger to take him out, but Lu Menger wasn't here. Bai Yu said, "You have to buy a profound beast bag, however, it is very expensive." The profound beast bag specializes in storing demon beasts and spirit beasts. It was only suitable for using on the beasts, and if humans were stored inside, they would very quickly meet their end. It was also very expensive, and generally only those martial artists who could rein formidable spirit beasts or profound beasts would buy it. Ask your sister Menger to refine one for you. It will only take her 1 or 2 days. Moreover, she has a fire spirit now. Her speed will certainly be quicker. Su Meiyao spoke while laughing. She arrived beside Qinxiang and played with his hair. With the 100 beasts Dan, the spirit beasts could be lured, making it easier to catch them. In addition, if one could also acquire a spirit beast recognition, and as long as a contract was established, the spirit beast would be reined in. 3 days went by again, yet Lu Menger had still not returned. Qinxiang could not wait any more, so he left the divine weapon shop and arrived at the Dansheng Tower. Once he entered the Dansheng Tower, Hua Xiangyue immediately came, and he too was able to sense Hua Xiangyue. Little rascal, you only came looking for sister after so long. Are you doing well now? Hua Xiangyue mischievously laughed and said, Today, she wore a very common dress and tights, yet along with her ponytail, she looked very beautiful and enticing. Qinxiang laughed and said, I am a lot better. I want to catch a spirit beast, but I'm worried I'll encounter a rather powerful spirit beast. That's why I'd like to ask Sister Xiangyue for help. Oh, does it mean you can already refine 100 beasts, Dan? Only a few days have passed, said. Hua Xiangyue was shocked, her charming eyebrows knitted together. She extended her palm and said, Let me have a look at your 100 beasts, Dan. Qinxiang took out few Dan and handed them over to her. These are what I refined after using up all the herbs. Hua Xiangyue, after seeing the azure dawn, was dazed. Impossible. Your failures didn't exceed 50 times, and only in just a few days you were actually successful. You have not refined it before, right? No. What's so difficult about it? Qinxiang pursed his lips and said he was successful in just a day. Then Hua Xiangyue grabbed Qinxiang, jumped out from the high Dansheng Tower, and in the blink of an eye, they were outside the fragrant city. Qinxiang's body was almost unable to bear this kind of frightening speed. Chapter 281, Capturing the Beast. Chapter 281, Capturing the Beast. Under that kind of fast speed, Qinxiang's clothes turned ragged, and his hair turned extremely messy. Seeing this scene, Hua Xiangyue could not help but burst into laughter. Just as I was thinking of having a stroll, I did not expect you to come and look for me. Hua Xiangyue mischievously laughed and said as she helped Qinxiang sort out his messy hair. Qinxiang, just from her casual dress, came to the realization that this woman had actually nothing to do. She was the supervisor of the Dansheng Taiyuan, yet a few years ago she actually went to the secular world. Moreover, she also abducted a few good seedlings from the secular world to make them an alchemist. Qinxiang himself, too, was almost tempted by her. Sister Xiangyue, why did you went to the secular world? Qinxiang asked. Of course, I went there to investigate the secular world before it disappears, and also to find the reason or clue why it would disappear. However, I didn't find anything. Instead, I found you this treasure. I'm just regretting that at that time. I didn't press hard enough. Otherwise, I would have used tougher means to drag you to Dansheng Taiyuan. Hua Xiangyue let out a deep sigh. Qinxiang suspected that Hua Xiangyue already knew that he had yin and yang divine vein, and that was the reason why she tried to draw him to the Dansheng Taiyuan, to the point of even selling herself with clothes which would make any man's blood seethe. As her figure appeared in his mind, Qinxiang's face slightly turned red. Hua Xiangyue walked in the front and spoke while laughing. You may have to stick more closer to this, sister. I'll take a look. How strong are you now? While speaking, she had already rushed into the forest. Qinxiang pursed his lips before he gave her a chase. Qinxiang's qigong was quite amazing, although he had a STU. Our DY physique, the kind of light and nimble agility he was showing, was still much better than Hua Xiangyue. All that could be credited to the wind power present inside the azure dragon Truchi he was using, which turned his body a lot lighter. TLN. Qigong equals movement technique / skill in the forest. A man and a woman were stepping on the leaves present at the crest of trees, rapidly leaping, as if they were flying horizontally to the ground. Their speed was so fast that in just a blink of an eye, they were across more than 100 zhang. Qin Xiang simply could not catch up to Hua Xiangyue, while Hua Xiangyue secretly praised Qin Xiang's elegant yet common agility technique. Of course, Qin Xiang's speed had given her even more surprise. It was a lot quicker than she had imagined. Even after Russ, plussing for half a day, Qin Xiang's breath was not a bit unsteady. The true qi within his body was so vigorous that he had not even consumed a bit of it. This caused the onlooking Hua Xiangyue to secretly praise Qin Xiang in her heart. Little rascal, your strength is not bad. Your body and true qi are very formidable. Not anyone can do this, and currently even I can't do this. Hua Xiangyue suddenly slowed down to wait for Qin Xiang. Shoulder to shoulder, they leapt at the top of the trees. Before, she had grabbed Qin Xiang, and in a blink of an eye, they moved outside from within the fragrant city. If Qin Xiang didn't have a tough body, with that kind of frightening speed, he would have been already torn to pieces. Because of that, Hua Xiangyue concluded that Qin Xiang's body was very strong. Of course. Qin Xiang proudly laughed and said, "No wonder Lu Menger will value you so much. Alas, you have been found by someone else. The early bird truly catches the worm." Hua Xiangyue helplessly heaved a sigh. Qin Xiang didn't want this topic to continue, so he just said, "Dear sister, when can we see powerful spirit beasts? We need to go deeper. You want to catch a spirit beast, right? Do you have the profound beast bag?" Hua Xiangyue asked. Qin Xiang originally wanted to buy, but who knew that just as he said he wanted to catch a spirit beast, Hua Xiangyue arrested him and flew outside the city from the window. "I don't have one. Who told you not allow me to speak and pull me?" Just as Qin Xiang intended to return to buy, Hua Xiangyue grinned. "Take it, little rascal. Count it as your gift. I remembered that in the secular world you gave me a small piece of HELL spirit, GRASS. A profound beast bag was at least worth 10 million crystal stones. Moreover, it was not so easy to buy one. Since it was sent by a wealthy mistress, Qin Xiang accepted it with a peace of mind. The profound beast bag and the storage pouch, with regards to their appearance, didn't seem to be any different, yet on the inside there was rather a big difference. Hua Xiangyue's complexion suddenly sank as she said in a rather serious tone, "Little rascal, this world is not so common as you imagine. Although you have come into contact with many powerful deans who can proudly breeze through the Qinwu mainland, you have to remember, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. The Qinwu mainland, among the mortal worlds, is only a dust. You'd better put in a little bit more effort, or else no one can save you from what is about to come." Qin Xiang's heart madly pounded as he looked at Hua Xiangyue with a look of dismay, catching sight of her deep and beautiful eyes. Qin Xiang felt as if he was completely seen through. "You've been so close to Lu Menger and I. It is not impossible to see some more things. Don't think we are weak just because of our appearance. I and Menger are, although not the strongest in the Qinwu mainland, so long as we wish, destroying the Qinwu mainland is still something we could accomplish." Hua Xiangyue's voice was very solemn. She appeared as if she was a strict senior disciplining a junior. "Does Sister Menger know?" Hua Xiangyue nodded her head. "Don't blame her. Her and my relation is not the same as the rumor suggests. Our relations are very good. She let me listen to her lysis, allowing me to have a bit of an idea." Qin Xiang sighed lightly. He and Lu Menger had kissed. How could she not know Qin Xiang have yin and yang divine vein? Lu Menger also knew that he had a very good relations with a 3 type. An S of the extreme martial sect, so it was not far-fetched to AS, associate him with the sealed Huang Jintian in the forbidden land of the extreme martial sect. Qin Xiang really thought Lu Menjie was too simple, but after all, she had lived for more than 10,000 years, and he sometimes got carried away and ignored this fact. However, Lu Menjie was very good to him, and this was something that he was very clear about. Thinking of himself capturing the heart of a proud daughter of the heaven, a proud smile emerged on his face. Seeing this, Hua Xiangyuan nibbled her lips secretly. "You'd rather die than change, you little rascal." Hua Xiangyuan gave a low spat. Qin Xiang laughed and said, "Dear sister, I know you are worrying that I will get confused by a beautiful woman, but don't forget, previously you were naked in front of me, yet you could not get me, haha." Hua Xiangyuan's face became flushed as she spat a few times. Regarding this point, she could neither deny nor not admire Qin Xiang's state of mind. Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyuan also did not continue speaking about this matter. Qin Xiang realized that his means of concealing were not clever enough, and he was completely seen through by the other party. As early as in the secular world, Hua Xiangyuan had already discovered that he had yin and yang divine vein. Of course, even Su Meiyao and Bai Yu too didn't expect Hua Xiangyuan and Lu Menjie to be so formidable. Because of them, Qin Xiang thought that his means of concealing were very clever, but now it backfired on him. The two women inside the ring were reflecting. Before, in the southern wasteland, Qin Xiang was continuously being discovered by Lu Jie, and now, listening to Hua Xiangyuan, they were even more skeptical. Time flew, and the sky was already dark. Under a tree, Hua Xiangyuan and Qin Xiang were baking the flesh of some demon beast. During the entirety of the day, they had failed to find any spirit beast, and they only encountered some demon beasts. After eating, take out the 100 beasts dawn. If we don't use this trick, it will never work, Hua Xiangyuan said. At this time, her mouth was completely greasy, and seeing it made Qin Xiang very much want to lick her lips. Qin Xiang took out 100 beasts dan. He laughed and said, 10 should be able to attract some powerful spirit beast. The 100 beasts dan also had another name. It was called attracting beast dan. To beasts, it was very appealing. Even if they were far away in another region, a spirit beast could still smell its odor. The 100 beasts dan had not been taken out for too long, yet a beast roar completely enveloping the sky had already echoed out. Hearing this roar, Hua Xiangyuan's tender body suddenly quivered as a look of fear completely covered her face. Chapter 282, White Tiger Family. Chapter 282, White Tiger Family. Noticing Hua Xiangyuan's complexion, Qin Xiang hastily asked, "Which beast is it?" Hua Xiangyuan just shook her head and spoke with a heavy tone. "It's better to put away the 100 beasts dan. This guy isn't easy to deal with." After Qin Xiang put away the 100 beasts dan, Long Shui said with disdain, "It's just a white tiger, moreover, not that old." "What? A white tiger?" Qin Xiang exclaimed with astonishment. "And the white tiger, the legendary Ji, D of slaughter from legends. The white tiger family is widely distributed. They are almost present in every world. However, those who can arrive at the level of a white tiger divine beast are very few. But then again, the white tiger family is nothing to be trifled with. They are very strong, each of them having extremely dense slaughter chi." Long Shui explained. Hua Xiangyuan closed her eyes as if she was trying to sense something. After a moment, she said, "It's a white tiger in the 7th level of the true martial realm or so. If you want to nurture this spirit beast, not only would you need to have huge amounts of resources, you also have to show strength worthy for the white tiger to acknowledge you. In other words, you must beat in a fight." Qin Xiang clenched his fists. It was a 7th or 8th grade spirit beast. Even if it was a martial artist who was a bit stronger than it, they would barely be able to cope with it. Spirit beasts were relatively stronger than their humans counterparts. Although spirit beasts lacked any martial skills, They were naturally born with powerful bodies and considerably powerful fighting skills. Many martial skills were based on the fighting skills of the spirit beasts. From this, it can be seen that spirit beasts were comparatively stronger than humans, especially those who had awakened their wisdom. Encountering the white tiger is pretty good for you. These white tigers are very rare. If you are afraid, I can take you away. Decide quickly, that guy is coming. Hua Xiangyu urged. The best way is to quickly finish the fight and capture this little guy. There is definitely a much more powerful white tiger around. If we disturb that old monster, we'll definitely be in trouble. Chun Xiang clenched his fist and decided to just do it. Let me try, dear sister. Is the old white tiger here very formidable? Of course. Among the white tiger family, those who could bear white tiger cubs are definitely not weak. At the very least, they are in the nirvana realm. Generally, before crossing the nirvana tribulation, the white tigers will leave offspring behind. Once they cross their nirvana tribulation, they can take a human form. Hua Xiangyue said. The profound beasts had the strength of extreme state, and beyond were just like humans. The distinguished H.I. plusing level was the nirvana realm. At that time, the beasts gained the ability to transform into humans. Little rascal, you should be careful. If the old white tiger is here, you're in for some trouble. It might even be a couple. If they discovered that you have abducted their cub, you will be in a very big trouble. Long Shuai mischievously laughed. Chun Xiang's mouth twitched. A white tiger couple, moreover, both might be in the nirvana realm. Generally, beasts could find their companions based on the smell. If he was found out, it would indeed be very troubling. It's here! Hua Xiangyue tenderly shouted, before she jumped up high into the air. At the same time, a white figure leaped over, pouncing towards Chun Xiang. The white tiger was the same size as any ordinary tiger, but its fur exuded a white light. In the dark night, it appeared extremely sacred and beautiful. But after a roar filled with slaughter chi, combined with the fierce expression in its eyes, it returned to a ferocious tiger who only knew one thing: to slaughter. Chun Xiang didn't show any sign of weakness. When he felt the slaughter chi emit from the young tiger, his slaughtering heart was shaken. From him, a resonating cry broke loose along with a tyrannical slaughter chi, completely enveloping the surrounding. While the white tiger was pouncing over, after it felt that dense slaughter chi, it let out a roar, but its pounce came to stop. Chun Xiang's slaughter chi made the little tiger feel a bit cordial, but also made its battle intention soar. Any descendant of the white tiger family loved to fight and slaughter. Even among their own kin, there would be countless battles. After the little white tiger roared a few times, both of its eyes glittered before it suddenly pounced again. Its speed left Chun Xiang stunned and was directly pushed to the ground. Both of his shoulders were firmly held down by the two huge tiger paws. The sharp claws pierced into Chun Xiang's shoulders as he winced in pain. Bang! The white tiger's energy soared up as a powerful burst of chi came out from its claws, impacting on Chun Xiang's shoulder, making Chun Xiang feel as if his bones were about to be crushed into pieces. Chun Xiang clenched his teeth and did his best to endure the pain. He didn't expect the white tiger to actually be so formidable. Both its speed and power were filled with an unfathomable explosive force, if not for being in the 5th level of the immortal and devil body. Chun Xiang would have been crushed to pieces by the energy released by the young white tiger. The young white tiger roared several times at Chun Xiang, as if it was feeling proud for his victory. It was feeling elated because it had knocked down someone with relatively stronger slaughter chi than itself. Looking at those snow-white sharp teeth gradually approaching, Chun Xiang let out a thunderous dragon roar, which suddenly released a shockwave and caused the leaves in the vicinity to rustle. From Chun Xiang's mouth, an azure aura surged out, along with streaks of furious lightning. Suddenly, a wind aura filled with destructive force directly bombarded on that young white tiger, which entered its body from its mouth, making that young white tiger burst into stuffy roars that sounds like coughing, before it released its hold on Qin Xiang. Ha ha! Although Qin Xiang's shoulder were aching in pain, he could still not help but laugh at the scene in front of him. The azure dragon roar he had released surged out, and the majority of its force rushed inside the young white tiger. The young white tiger furiously roared, then once again pounced at Qin Xiang like lightning. However, it was evidently slower compared to before. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had taken a loss, so he already learned his lesson. This time he didn't dodge, but instead smacked a palm as universal true qi surged out, which transformed into a fierce vibrational power. The shocking heaven palm struck towards the young white tiger's head. The palm had not yet made contact with the young white tiger, yet the palm force had already burst out, causing an intense shock wave to burst forth in all directions, with Qin Xiang at its center. Suddenly, the nearby trees collapsed from the intense shock wave, and even the ground had begun to split open. The young white tiger's body could not be considered small, yet these frightening vibrational force swept it away, causing it to collide with the close-by trunk. As its heavy body fell through the wood and onto the ground, its white fur was covered in sand. From the looks of it, the white tiger appeared to be in an extremely sorry and messy state. This guy seems to be rather simple-minded. Qin Xiang mischievously laughed. A moment ago, when the young whiter tiger was struck by the azure dragon roar, its internal body had already been disturbed, preventing it from releasing its full power. If it was a human, they would have definitely eliminated the effects first before continuing to attack Qin Xiang. Otherwise, their attack would be adversely affected. Hua Xianyue was also shocked again and again. Qin Xiang's strength was indeed very frightening. This kind of overbearing power was a Stonies. Plussing. She knew Qin Xiang cultivated true qi of 5 elements, and speculated that Qin Xiang could already fuse these 5 elements true qi together. Only then would he be able to release this kind of invisible and colorless, yet strangely terrifying true qi. The young white tiger let out a low-spirited roar. It looked extremely furious. It raised its head and gave out another roar. The earth suddenly shook as it slowly walked towards Qin Xiang. With each step, the ground would fiercely tremble. However, if one looked carefully, one could discover that its 4 limbs had already left the ground. It actually was walking on air, yet still released an invisible shockwave that shook the earth. Qin Xiang knew he had angered this young white tiger. If the palm he had displayed a moment ago landed on a 7th level true martial realm martial artist's head, even if that martial artist didn't die, they would definitely suffer serious injuries. Yet the white tiger actually seemed completely unaffected, besides turning furious. Chapter 283, Tiger Fist versus White Tiger. Chapter 283, Tiger Fist versus White Tiger. The young white tiger walked towards Qin Xiang, sending tremors to the surroundings with each step and making it difficult for Qin Xiang to gather the true qi from his dantian. This left him panic-stricken. If he could not utilize his true qi, then it would be very terrible. Qin Xiang slowly stepped back. His whole body was numb from the shock waves, contracting his 5 zhang and giving him an urge to vomit blood. The young white tiger was not so stupid as Qin Xiang had imagined. It was just a bit impetuous. At the moment, it was using its released shock waves to slowly torture Qin Xiang. Its tiger eyes, filled with pride, had a look of teasing, as if it caught a mouse. This guy. Qin Xiang finally could not endure as he spat a mouthful of blood. This kind of shock waves were very frequent. Moreover, they would always impact whenever he began gathering true qi, scattering it and rendering his whole body to become numb from pain. Seeing Qin Xiang spat blood, the young white tiger opened its jaws, followed by an earth-shaking tiger roar. The land within the radius of several li fell into a fierce earthquake. The land began to split, mountains started shaking, and an even more intense shockwave surged out, directly impacting upon Qin Xiang and sending him flying. As he flew, he continuously collided into several trees. Only someone like Chen Xiang, with his terrifying body, could get up once again under this kind of situation. However, his body was intensely aching in pain. Fortunately, the black tortoise adamantal armor resisted the majority of the impact. This guy is too strong. Chen Xiang just wiped the blood at the corner of its mouth, before another shockwave suddenly invaded upon him, causing him to spew blood once again, which left a sweet taste in his mouth. Hua Xiangyue frowned and transmitted to Chen Xiang. You can't defeat this guy. Give up, this guy seems to be stronger than I have imagined. You and that tiger are 2 or 3 levels apart, not to mention now. Even if you are in the 9th level of the true martial realm, you might not be able to bear the brunt of its shockwaves. Sorry, sister, just wait for a while. I have taken a liking to this guy. I'll definitely make it obediently stay in the profound beast bag. Chen Xiang replied in a completely confident tone. Chen Xiang, while looking at the young white tiger coming over, rather proudly and elegantly sneered, "Little guy, I'll make you pay." The young white tiger let out a lazy roar filled with disdain. It simply did not place Chen Xiang in its eyes. Its roar was followed by a tyrannical step as an extremely powerful shockwave befell from the sky, landing upon Chen Xiang's head. Chen Xiang spat a mouthful of blood as he fell onto the ground. The young white tiger's strength was mainly because it could release these kind of shockwaves. It seemed to have grasped a mysterious skill, giving it an exquisite control over these shockwaves. The speciality of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise was to allow Chen Xiang to absorb any kind of power. Now that he had already clearly perceived the characteristics of the white tiger's shockwaves, he was now familiar with the shockwaves and its tyrannical attribute. Chen Xiang operated the true qi within his body, but this time the true qi would vibrate as it flowed. This was all due to Chen Xiang making his own true qi vibrate, and through this his true qi would become stable, even against the shockwaves. As a shockwave once again came over, Chen Xiang no longer felt any kind of discomfort, because the mobilization of the true qi within his body proceeded in the mysterious way of operating of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. It allowed him to give birth to a kind of power which could fuse together with the shockwaves invading his body. The young white tiger was surprised, then fiercely took several steps again, sending continuous shockwaves at Chen Xiang. Originally, just a moment ago, it thought there was just a mistake. Otherwise, how could Chen Xiang be unaffected? However, now it realized that something had really changed. Chen Xiang's figure suddenly disappeared, then reappeared behind the young white tiger. Suddenly, he ruthlessly spanked the young white tiger's B-U-T-T with a shocking heaven palm. The shocking heaven palm shockwaves were a lot more formidable compared to the young white tiger's, and it was filled with violence and destruction. The young white tiger loudly roared once it got struck by Chen Xiang's palm. "White tiger, divine fist!" Chen Xiang shouted as numerous silhouettes of fists flew out, completely enveloping the young white tiger. One by one, the golden tiger heads carrying violent and slaughtering aura bombarded upon the young white tiger's body, along with the continuous eruption of deafening tiger roars, overshadowing the young white tiger's roars. "Little guy, I'll hate you till you give in." Since Chen Xiang got this opportunity, he would absolutely not let it pass. He grabbed it a hold like a snake, deadly biting upon its prey. He would never give his enemy any breath of respite, now that he had casted the fierce storm like attacks. Each of his punches were the white tiger divine fist, filled with monstrous slaughter chi, mercilessly landing upon the young white tiger. It was just like the scene before, when the young white tiger was relentlessly releasing shockwaves upon him. Chen Xiang wasn't using white tiger true chi for the white tiger divine fists. Instead, he was using the universe true chi. However, because of the slaughtering heart and the white tiger divine fists, only violent and golden tiger head fists were formed. The young white tiger's body was pounded by numerous roaring tiger heads madly, SMAs, HI, plussing throughout upon its body. Because its body was very strong, At first, it only felt slight pain, and it believed that this onslaught would very soon end. But to his surprise, Chun Xiang turned out to be too abnormal, and his true qi seemed to be inexhaustible. There was no end to his attacks as they ruthlessly struck upon the white tiger's body, making its H plus fur. In the air, Hua Xiangyue was dumbfounded as she watched what was happening. Her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Just a while ago, she believed that Chun Xiang would definitely give up under those kind of continuous and relentless shock waves. Yet to her surprise, Chun Xiang could suddenly endure the effects of those shock waves. Moreover, he even spanked the tiger's S, turning the energy within the young white tiger's body chaotic. This was followed by a rising qi gus, plussing out like a river, continuously releasing terrifying attacks. When Hua Xiangyue thought about Chun Xiang in the Nirvana realm and using this kind of move to fight with her, her tender body quivered. This was precisely Chun Xiang's potential. BASTARD. Didn't you enjoy making father spew blood? Now, I'll also have a good time. Chun Xiang, on one side, used his fists to madly pummel the young white tiger wailing on the ground. While doing this, he was also loudly cursing. Although it was a young white tiger, its head was still very large. However, because it was young, it was wailing. To rein in spirit beasts, a martial artist must use their own strength to deter the spirit beast, deeply implanting a fear towards oneself in the spirit beast soul. At this moment, that was what Chun Xiang was doing. Little rascal, till when are you going to hit it? Hua Xiangyue could not bear to watch any more. She felt pity for the young white tiger. Father will hit it till he is tired, ha ha ha. Chun Xiang insanely laughed as his punches turned even more fiercer. As Hua Xiangyue was here, he was not afraid of consuming his entire strength. He wanted to thoroughly implant a fear of him in this young white tiger's heart. The ground and the surroundings of Chun Xiang had been affected, and it was so ruined that everything was just a mess. As for the young white tiger, it was lying in a pit, deeply sunken into the ground by Chun Xiang's punches that were like rainstorm. After half a day, Pa S said the sky had already turned bright. Chun Xiang too was tired, and the young white tiger's eyes were now half opened as its battle power had already disappeared. Chun Xiang, while carrying its body, climbed out of the pit, then threw the young white tiger's bulky body on the ground. Chapter 284, Reining In. Chapter 284, Reining In. The young white tiger was as big as a cow. Rumor had it that in the future it could grow even bigger. Chun Xiang, thinking of himself riding on a huge white tiger, wandering in the world, felt slightly elated in his heart. It was a matter of how trendy it was, but of course he only thought about it. He still felt that it was rather good to just keep the white tiger in the profound beast bag and only release when fighting against someone. Chun Xiang sat down on the ground. His whole body was profusely sweating. The white tiger was in even more sorry state. Its whole body was dark. Majority of its body had wet soil stuck upon it. Little guy, you were attracted by this stuff. Ha ha, you have still not eaten. Yet you already been beaten madly by me. Don't you hate me very much? Chun Xiang took out the 100 beasts dawn, shaking them in front of the young white tiger, as he spoke while laughing. Even Long Shui, this glutton, could not resist the temptation of the 100 beasts Dan, let alone this inexperienced young white tiger. The half-opened eyes of the young white tiger was indeed filled with fury, but then it was also became full of fear for Chun Xiang. As it thought getting beaten by Chun Xiang for half a day, its eyes suddenly became moist. This little guy seems to be a female. You are not very kind. Long Shui mischievously laughed and said, Tigress. Chun Xiang laughter turned even more hearty. Chun Xiang on one side was laughing, while on the other he had begun stuffing those 100 beasts Dan into the tiger's mouth, as well as several good dawn. The young white tiger was also a big eater, otherwise it would not have left its den to search for things to eat. Chun Xiang knew he had to quickly subdue this young white tiger because once its parents arrived, he could only choose to escape with Hua Xiangyue. The young white tiger forcefully moved its mouth and ingested those 100 beasts' dan into its stomach, as the look in its eyes turned somewhat grateful. Chen Xiang grinned and once again began stuffing a few more dan. This made Long Shui secretly jealous. She was reluctant to eat so many at one time, and because of that, she would taste them slowly. Yet this young white tiger ate so many dan at the same time. This is the profound beast bag if you are willing to follow me. You'll never be lacking these 100 beast dan. You have already experienced my strength. If you follow me, it will not be an insult. Moreover, I also have your ancestors' martial skill. Just a moment ago, you had experienced it. Chun Xiang said. He knew many spirit beasts could understand human language. Chen Xiang just finished speaking before a king character S. H.I. plus mirroring in golden light emerged out from the white tiger's forehead. Along with the character, there were many obscure spirit patterns, and this made Chen Xiang to feel secretly excited. This was exactly the character which would only appear when a high-grade spirit beast would make contract with humans. The white tiger family, who had inheritance, were high-grade spirit beasts. That was why they understood these things. Chen Xiang quickly cut his finger so that his blood would drip upon the spirit formation on the young white tiger's forehead. At that moment, Chen Xiang had a very wonderful feeling as he felt a very mystical contact between him and the young white tiger. I'm now very weak. Give me more to eat. In Chen Xiang's mind, a timid, girly voice resounded, as if a girl was worried about being harmed. Chen Xiang was astonished. He now could feel a connection with his spirit beast. But what made him smile wryly was that this young white tiger was the same as the little greedy dragon. Both of them were gluttons. Chen Xiang stuffed a few 100 beasts' dan in the young white tiger's mouth, before receiving her into the profound beast bag. In his heart, he was secretly excited he could reign in such a powerful spirit beast. Moreover, a spirit beast which had such a large potential to grow. Hua Xiangyue fiercely landed down from the sky. She grabbed Chen Xiang before their figures appeared and disappeared for several times, leaving that battlefield from before, which was now burning in raging fire as a billowing smoke was rising up in the sky. At the same time, from deep within the forest came a desolate yet angry roar, startling Chen Xiang's heart. This kind of roar was filled with so much slaughter qi that it made him extremely panic-stricken. The slaughter qi had suddenly enveloped the sky over the forest. Chen Xiang had always believed his own slaughter qi was one of the best in the Chimu mainland. Yet compared to the roar from a moment ago, it was a lot worse. Do not worry, after it entered the profound beast bag, its breath will be isolated from the world. That old man will not be able to find this small thing. Hua Xiangyue held Chen Xiang and rapidly leaped away. Her speed was too fast that it made Chen Xiang unable to breathe. His body, under the impact from this high-speed movement, stimulated the injuries he had from a while ago. Very soon, they arrived outside the fragrant city. If talking about speed, mine is second to none in the Chimu mainland. Don't think I'm bragging. Hua Xiangyue proudly said while laughing, as she looked at the Ambara's said appearance of Chen Xiang. She laughed even more happily. Chen Xiang scoffed and said, I'll Serpa. You in the future. I'm waiting. Hua Xiangyue negligently said. After she finished speaking, she once again grabbed Chen Xiang and flickered, before their figures appeared inside the Danxiang Tower. Chen Xiang was very tired, yet he still refused Hua Xiangyue's persuasion to stay. He returned to the divine weapon shop, however. There was still no sign of Lu Menger. After returning to his room, Chen Xiang swallowed a few true elemental dan and began to regulate his body. Did Hua Xiangyue intentionally took me to find the white tiger? Chen Xiang, in his heart, was feeling rather suspicious. It is very possible, but who knows, a woman's thought process is impossible to grasp, just like a needle at the bottom of a haystack. Long Shui said, Dear brother, Give me a few hundred beasts, Dan. You already have some, yet you are still asking me. Chun Xiang scoffingly said. As he looked at the little white tiger in the profound beast bag, he found the little guy was already fast asleep. Inside the profound beast bag, there was a small courtyard with some lush green GRASS and some trees. There was also a pool, and overall the environment seemed to be pretty good. Chun Xiang said, "Did I do something cruel to her? Taking her away from her father and mother?" "It's okay. Wait till she gets familiar with you. Even if you want to send her back, she will not go. Encountering you was also not her bad luck. This little girl is going to leave her parents soon anyway." Su Meiyao said, "Ah, right, am I not the same? Kidnapped by you, little rascal." Long Shui said with a pout, "Little dragon, you're distorting the truth. From the start, you voluntarily followed me. Now do you regret it? I'm certain you'll follow me despite anything. Even if I want to throw you away, you'll still follow me." Chun Xiang scolded. Long Shui only grinned. She didn't retort at all. Chun Xiang was waiting for Lu Menger to return. He wanted to have her take him back to the extreme martial sect to get the azure profound fruit in order to prepare for the 5th level alchemist assessment. He was not lacking with regards to the other materials for the building foundation Dan, but it was exactly the azure profound fruit he was lacking because they were still growing. As for the herbs for the elemental spirit Dan, he had some, but not too many. He only has 5 set of herbs. The herbs of these 2 kinds of dawn were all very rare, and the Danxiang Tower definitely didn't have them. As for the herbs of the 100 beasts Dan, there was no need to speak. When Chun Xiang would go take the assessment, he would definitely ask the Danxiang Tower to provide them. He rested for a day, and when he had recovered the true qi he had consumed, he discovered that his true qi had elevated by a lot. In addition, Lu Menger also came back. Chun Xiang quickly ran out of his room to look for Lu Menger. But in the room of Lu Menger, what left Chun Xiang surprised was that he also saw Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan there. Lu Menger actually went to the Icewind Valley in order to bring these 2 girls. Xue Xianxian, after seeing Chun Xiang, quickly swooped over. Her face was full of sadness after she came to know the disappearance of the secular world. Just like Chun Xiang, she was very worried. Leng Yulan didn't have any relatives in the secular world. Now, only Xue Xianxian and Chun Xiang were her closest relatives, and seeing Xue Xianxian sad, she too also became sad. Chapter 285, 5th Level A Assessment. Chapter 285, 5th Level A Assessment. Leng Yulan and Lu Menger took their leave so that Chun Xiang and Xue Xianxian could have some time alone. Chun Xiang comforted Xue Xianxian for a while, before a charming smile appeared on her face. "Xianxian, I'm going to partake. 1. P8 in the alchemy tournament. Are you going to watch?" Chun Xiang asked as he made Xue Xianxian sit on his lap while embracing her. Xue Xianxian shook her head and said, "I'm not going to watch. Yulan and I are going to cultivate diligently. Otherwise we will not be able to keep up with you." Seeing that delicate, pretty, and fairy-like face with a trace of charm and cuteness, Chun Xiang could not help but bring his lips closer. Xue Xianxian realized his intentions and raised her head and began kissing Chun Xiang. Both of them kissed for long a time. Since Leng Yulan and Lu Menger didn't hear any sounds of people talking coming from inside, they already guessed what was going on. In particular, Lu Menger thought about her own apprentice kissing with Chun Xiang, and herself having a kiss with Chun Xiang. She could not help but be flushed red. She secretly cursed Chun Xiang. This little rascal took both master and apprentice as his own. Although Leng Yulan, this white-haired beauty, usually appeared to be hot-blooded and impulsive, she was only a young, inexperienced girl in regard to these matters. Peeking through the seam of the door, she was secretly envious, yet at the same time more curious about what that would feel like. Chun Xiang, Xue Xianxian, and Leng Yulan gathered back together for a short moment, before Lu Menger took them both away. Lu Menjie only told Qinxiang that she was taking both of them to a place inside Icewind Valley for cultivation, a place that would be rather beneficial for them. Qinxiang speculated that she was taking them to a mysterious realm. Originally, he wanted Lu Menjie to take him to the extreme martial sect to get the ripened azure profound fruit, but he didn't expect Lu Menjie to actually have one on hand. Seeing Qinxiang's need for it, without any further ado, she readily and generously gave it to Qinxiang. Lu Menjie took Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan back. It would be few days before she would be back. Qinxiang didn't tell Lu Menjie he was taking the 5th level A assessment. He was planning on giving her a pleasant surprise on her return. After acquiring the azure profound fruit, Qinxiang had gathered all the ingredients he needed. Now he could go and apply for the Alchemist A assessment. Lu Menjie brought Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan to meet Qinxiang, not only to give comfort to Xue Xianxian, but also for another purpose. It was to let Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan relax before they went into the closed-door cultivation for quite some time. Just like the last time, the reason why Qinxiang couldn't practice with Leng Yulan was also because of this. They had been separated for a while, and at that time he was worried to death about her. Qinxiang had once told this to Lu Menjie. Danxiang Tower. This giant tower was the sacred place for many alchemists. It was also the examination site where they could obtain their credentials. The AS assessment here was very strict. It was same requirement for everyone, no matter who it was. What? You want to go through the 5th level AS assessment? In a room, a luxuriously dressed Hua Xiangyue tenderly shouted. Qinxiang looked at Hua Xiangyue, who was dressed just like royalty. In his heart, he felt rather bewildered. You didn't hear wrong. I want to take the AS assessment. I have enough herbs to refine 2 dawn. Refining the dawn during the AS assessment was comparatively a little more difficult than usual. This was because during the alchemy process, there were many onlookers, giving the partic 1. P-aiding alchemist quite a bit pressure. Many people often failed at the drastic difference between refining alone and in front of others. Little rascal, do not joke with me. Do not waste these herbs and be obedient. Hua Xianyue tried to persuade Qinxiang. Qinxiang was very confident of himself, but this pretty alluring woman in front was actually looking down him. This made him somewhat unhappy. Of course, he knew Hua Xianyue was worried for his sake, that he would waste precious hard to obtain herbs. Sister, you are underestimating me too much. If I can pass through the low 5th level AS assessment, how are you going to pay me back? Qinxiang said with an evil smile. He was preparing to have a bet with Hua Xianyue so he could take advantage of her. Just go take it. I'll be your invigilator. Hua Xianyue said while pouting. She did not take his bait. Qinxiang felt strange. Generally, if it was someone else, they would bet. Yet Hua Xianyue didn't. This made him somewhat disappointed. Low, 5th level alchemist. Rank required 1 to refine 3 kinds of low-grade, profound level dawn. Hua Xianyue knew Qinxiang could refine the 100 Beasts Dan and the Building Foundation Dan, but that only totaled up to 2 kinds of low-grade, profound level dawn, both of which were rather easy to refine. She could not think of any other Dan Qinxiang would be able to refine. Hua Xianyue had a high status in the Danxiang Taoyuan. In Qinxiang's opinion, her status was probably similar to that of Elder Dan and Wu Keiming in the extreme martial sect and could make executive decisions in general situations. Very quickly, she called in 3 5th level alchemists. Although it was only 3 people, they were enough to approve Qinxiang's alchemy process, should he pass. Just like last time, Qinxiang entered a private room. These 3 alchemists all knew about Qinxiang, this young and famous talented alchemist. All of them very readily came over. They were very much interested in what this young man planned to do. From the start, they were doing alchemy in Danxiang Tower, so they arrived very quickly. Among these 3 alchemists, 2 were old men with S, H, I, +ning white hairs, while the third was a white-haired old woman. All three of them were very old, yet they were very respectful towards Hua Xiangyue. From their faces, Qin Xiang didn't know who these three were, but after he learned their names, he was very surprised. In the alchemist circle, there was a ranking list, upon which there were the names of many outstanding alchemists. Qin Xiang had once seen this list, and he could recognize the names of these three. Among all the fifth-level alchemists, these three were very remarkable. It was said all of them had expectations to enter into the sixth level. Qin Xiang very courteously saluted these three old alchemists, who sat together with Hua Xiangyue upon stone chairs on one side of the private room, waiting for Qin Xiang to begin. Qin Xiang only needed the Danxiang Tower to provide the herbs for the 100 Beasts Dan. As for the other herbs, he took them out himself. Little brother, besides refining the building foundation Dan and the 100 Beasts Dan, which other low-grade profound level Dan are you planning to refine? An old man very curiously asked. Qin Xiang was not even 30 years old, yet it was well known he could refine 2 different kinds of low-grade profound level Dan already. He was monster among geniuses, however, it still wasn't much to these seniors because these 2 low-grade profound level Dan were not that complicated. Qin Xiang kept them guessing. He laughed and said, "Regular alchemy is too boring. 3 seniors, it will be more fun if you wait for me to refine, then guess which Dan I'm refining." "Good. Naughty brat." "Ha ha ha." The old woman kindly laughed. Hua Xiangyue only secretly scoffed. She was also very curious. She had asked Qin Xiang before, but didn't get so much as a hint to what he was going to refine. The elemental spirit Dan Qin Xiang was going to refine had not appeared for a very long time. It had only been mentioned in records. Whether it was the herbs or the Dan, both had long been deemed extinct. Of course, Qin Xiang was going to refine the 100 Beasts Dan first. It was relatively easy to refine, and also allowed him to warm up. He neither anxiously or slowly processed those herbs. This one step before the actual alchemy was also an ordeal to most alchemists. Although it appeared to be slow, it was very skillful. Slow and fast, fast and slow, his elegant and quick actions caused these old alchemists to be secretly astonished. The way Qin Xiang processed these herbs made it seem as if he had been refining Dan for many years. Moreover, it had increased his overall speed. While refining a large number Dan, this process could save a lot of time. The brilliant flame dragon furnace was a very powerful alchemical furnace. Yet in the eyes of these old alchemists, it seemed to just be some ordinary furnace. Perhaps their own furnace were more gorgeous and beautiful than Qin Xiang's. After processing the herbs, Qin Xiang deftly placed them inside the furnace. His actions were very neat. From the time when Qin Xiang took out these herbs, all his actions were finished in one go. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang began to pour the flames into the alchemical furnace, as the warm heat enveloped the private room. Chapter 286, Diligently Refining. Chapter 286, Diligently Refining. In order to not let people perceive that he has a fire spirit, Qin Xiang intentionally converged the flame's aura. However, those old alchemists still could feel Qin Xiang's flames were very formidable. Although this kind of light fire qi was usually very weak, they could figure out it was extraordinary from the fire qi emitted. Hua Xiangyue was the only one calmly watching while Qin Xiang was refining the Dan. He was very serious now, focused on the alchemy with all his heart and not the least bit affected by the people around him. Qin Xiang's control over flames had already reached an insanely high degree. These old alchemists all closed their eyes to feel the changes in the temperature inside the alchemical furnace. What made them astonished was that the temperature in the furnace seemed as if there has been no change. It was very smooth. Only Hua Xiangyue could sense that Qin Xiang's control over the temperature of flames was very good and very subtle, which was comparable with many high-ranking alchemists. These old alchemists felt it was a little strange because the changes in the temperature on the outside and the inside was very unique. They had seen others refine the 100 Beasts Dan and they themselves knew how to refine, but not quite the same way Qinxiang did it. The flames at beginning were not like this, it had too few changes. Under normal circumstances in the refinement of 100 beasts Dan, the flames at the beginning would be very intense in order to bake the herbs. Various herbs required different amount of heat. Logically speaking, the different heat fluctuations from the furnace should be very obvious. Qinxiang opened his eyes and laughed towards Hua Xiangyue. The onlooking old alchemists were all slightly surprised for a moment. A moment ago, Qinxiang was dead serious, yet he was now making careless gestures which was taboo in alchemy. Qinxiang, seeing the complexion of the three, could guess everything. He in his heart was secretly having a good laugh. Indeed, the situation you sensed in the alchemical furnace is strange. After all, this is the brilliant flame dragon furnace. The flow of time is different from the outside. Hua Xiangyue spat in low voice. A moment ago, she was secretly praising Qinxiang's seriousness in her heart, yet now he was all smiling towards her. This caused the good impression he had created to the three old alchemists to suddenly disappear. Especially the look in his eyes when he looked at Hua Xiangyue made them hold him secretly in contempt. During alchemy, this brat actually did not forget to look at a beauty. It made them regret ever coming to supervise Qinxiang. Be a little serious. Hua Xiangyue scoffed. Qinxiang grinned. I finished refining. What? Hua Xiangyue and the three old alchemists could not help exclaim. They hastily jumped up from their chairs with a look of disbelief hanging on their faces. How much time had Pa S said? They remembered Qinxiang just closed the lid not long ago. They also had not seen even a little indication that it was done. Yet Qinxiang said he had finished refining. Don't joke around. Hua Xiangyue finished speaking before Qinxiang opened the lid of furnace. An azure aura emerged from the inside before 10 azure dawn exuding bizarre herbal fragrance were calmly lying inside the furnace. This was the scene appeared in their view, before the white mist surrounding the dawn slowly began to disperse. This middle part was not in Ross, and Mike added it. I have no idea what it means. Unexpectedly, there were 10 dawn. Seeing this, these three old alchemists were dumbfounded. They quickly approached the cauldron and seriously counted 3 times, before deciding that there were indeed 1,000 beasts Dan. Do not doubt, these were all refined by me. Everybody here are all old seniors in the world of alchemists. I dare not play any tricks under your eyelids. Qinxiang snappily said. He had been rather more serious than the usual in refining the 100 beasts Dan. That was the only reason he could refine them so quickly, but he did not expect these people would not believe what was in front of their eyes. Impossible. The 100 beasts Dan can actually be refined so quickly. How long ago have you started refining this Dan? An old man, carefully observing 100 beasts Dan asked. Not long ago, a few months ago, that's all. Qinxiang replied. As a matter of fact, he had successfully refined this Dan a few days ago. He didn't want these old alchemists to be scared to death, which was why he didn't speak truth. Hua Xiangyue too expressed understanding regarding this. Even then, these 3 elders were not so lightly scared. Their shocked expressions looked very funny. Looking at their appearance, they could not wait to kill themselves. When comparing the 1 Tai quality and the time required to refine the 100 beasts dawn, their accomplishments simply didn't amount to anything in regards to Qinxiang. If they competed in refining the 100 beasts Dan with Qinxiang, it can be said they will lose 10 times out of 10. Although Hua Xiangyue was very surprised, she soon calmed down. She was very familiar with Qinxiang and got gradually accustomed to the shocking deeds of Qinxiang. For instance, Lu Menger, this super beauty had been chased by millions of young martial artists 10,000 years ago, but now she had been taken by this little rascal Qinxiang. Moreover, he had taken both master and the apprentice of 2 of the most beautiful women in the Qinwu mainland. If these deeds was revealed, certainly no one would come to believe them to be the work of Qinxiang. Cough, cough. I just didn't want to delay seniors' valuable time. That's why I refined a bit faster. Chen Xiang, seeing those 3 old alchemists staring at the 100 Beasts' dawn, forcefully coughed and said, "These 3 old alchemists once again felt a blow. The alchemy time cannot become faster when you want it to be faster." If they didn't care about their face, they would definitely pester Chen Xiang and make him impart some experience of his. Chen Xiang's first and foremost principle of alchemy was not to waste the herbs. The herbs should be used completely out to an extreme. This way it might be possible to refine out even just one more dan. During alchemy, there would be many minute herbal powder transforming into mist and flowing out of the furnace. And this was the reason why the private room of many alchemists would be filled with the herbal fragrance. However, Chen Xiang's case, he would not let such things happen. He completely controlled everything to remain inside the furnace. This was why there would be 1 or 2 dan more refined out than other alchemists. This point was something Hua Xiangyue and the other 3 also realized when Chen Xiang was refining the dan. It could be said that there was no trace of any herbal scent. This made them feel ashamed because it was not something which could be achieved only through the talent. It was also a reflection of their state of mind. During alchemy, they only pursued the ability to refine the dawn, sometimes even ignoring the quality of the dawn. Yet, Chen Xiang's requirements regarding the quality and the usage of the herbs were both very high. Even Su Meiyao admired this point of Chen Xiang. She believed that perhaps the reason why Chen Xiang could progress so much faster in the alchemy was because of this diligence. It was also why he could refine so much better than his peers. The second dan Chen Xiang was going to refine was the building foundation dan. Although during the last AS assessment, he had also used this dan to replace the high-grade spirit level dan, he still had to refine it once again. Chen Xiang took out the herbs for the building foundation dan and cautiously processed them. At this point, the 3 old alchemists were watching very intently. They were worried they would miss the slightest detail from Chen Xiang's refining process. Although they could also refine the building foundation dan, they had not for many years. The azure profund fruit was not that easy to find. It would be even rarer for one to get the chance to see others refining it. So of course they would seriously watch the alchemy process. In the eyes of these 3 old alchemists, Chen Xiang had become very tall, just like their teacher. Hua Xiangyue was the only one rather with a dull look. She already knew Chen Xiang could refine the building foundation dan. On the contrary, she was much more curious about what other dan beside the 100 Beasts dan and the building foundation dan he was going to refine, and also which type of low-grade profound level dan he could refine. Chen Xiang had refined a lot of building foundation dan and had a lot of them in his pockets. If he was willing and expended everything in growing the azure profound fruit, he could almost eat building foundation dan like they were jelly beans. The azure profound fruit Lu Menger had given him was of very high quality. He could refine 4 dan from it. Last time, because of the quality of the herbs, he was only able to refine 2 dan, which was still very shocking. After processing the herbs, Chen Xiang placed them inside the furnace, before he covered the lid and poured in the flames. This was a very tedious process, but the 3 old alchemists watched it with relish. Chen Xiang didn't know what in the world they were looking so intently at. They could neither sense the temperature nor the situation inside the alchemical furnace. Chapter 287, Jinjin. Chapter 287, Jinjin. Refining the building foundation dan was very easy for Chen Xiang because his divine sense, compared to the time when he first refined the building foundation dan, was remarkably stronger. He didn't feel the least bit of pressure. While refining, he had a leisure expression. From time to time, he would look at Hua Xiangyue, but no matter how he looked, he would never get tired of looking. The more he looked, the more comfortable he felt, especially today that her clothes were so luxurious. Chen Xiang speculated that Hua Xiangyue might have been affected by Lu Menger. That was why she was dressed like a queen. However, she didn't really have that first under heaven kind of imposing manner, and she also didn't have Lu Menger's cold and blee temperament. Instead, there was another kind of charm which was coquettish, captivating, and filled with blee aura. Her attractiveness could evoke any man's desire to conquer her. Suddenly, Qin Xiang felt some movements inside the profound beast bag. After the little white tiger had entered the profound beast bag, it has always been sleeping. Qin Xiang eventually had to wait until she woke up. Little guy, it might be a bit narrow in there, but I ask you to be patiently for some time. Once I have the opportunity, I'll replace it with a little bigger S. PC. Qin Xiang gently said, N. No, it's all good. The little white tiger's timid voice rang in Qin Xiang's mind. It was clear that she had been quite scared by Qin Xiang. She was already thoroughly afraid of him, making it somewhat harder for Qin Xiang to adapt. What is your name? Qin Xiang asked. I don't have a name. And master, can you help me choose one? The little white tiger carefully asked. Spirit beasts could not speak, they could only use divine sense. The humans were the wisest of all living beings. After the final evolution of beasts, they could take a human form, just like Long Shui. She would rarely transform into dragon, and most of the time, she would be in her human form. Let me choose for you. Long Shui excitedly said. This gave a scare to the young white tiger, because she didn't expect Qin Xiang to also have such a powerful existence beside him, not to mention that it was a dragon. Since she is a white tiger, her surname can be Bai, same as Sister Yu. And since she seemed to be timid, Dan Xiao, her name should be by Dan Xiao. Long Shui said, Dan Xiao, your A.S. You chose such a stupid name. Qin Xiang reprimanded loudly. At first, he thought that Long Shui was speaking logically, yet at the end, it turned out to be S.H.I plus T. She is a female. Mu. Let's call her by Moo Moo. Long Shui quickly thought of another name. You're an idiot dragon. Can you not even think of one normal name? According to your view, why is your name not Foolish Dragon or Stupid Dragon? Qin Xiang was completely speechless from the names Long Shui had suggested. He felt that he could only rely on himself to think of a name for the young white tiger. At the side, Su Meiyao was snickering. She too had been thunderstruck when she heard Long Shui's suggestion. On the other hand, Bai Yu was very seriously thinking because her surname was also Bai. How about Bai Jinjin? Bai Yu said. Su Meiyao mischievously laughed and said, Isn't that the name Senior's sister had used to deceive others? Good, then, it is decided. Little tiger, from now on, your name is Bai Jinjin. Qin Xiang was quite satisfied with Bai Yu's suggestion. And thanks a lot, master. Bai Jinjin obediently replied. She had been completely conquered by Qin Xiang. Being called a master by a white tiger made Qin Xiang feel a little strange, yet it also made him have a sense of accomplishment. Jinjin, won't your parents worry about you? Qin Xiang asked. He was most worried about this. If he was caught by two furious white tigers, he would be completely finished. Rest A.S. Assured, originally I was evicted by them. Jinjin replied. On one side, he was chatting with the white tiger, while on the other, he was refining a Dan with a serious look. This made the three old alchemists to secretly nod. If they came to know that Qin Xiang had just received a young beast as a slave, they would definitely vomit blood. In the blink of an eye, half an hour went by, and under Qin Xiang's exquisite control, the refinement inside the furnace went very smoothly. At the moment, the solidification of the Dan has already started, and very soon he would be finished refining. While refining, Qin Xiang, from his very serious appearance, suddenly stretched his waist lazily and yawned, making the three old alchemists surprised for a moment. This was not something to do while refining a Dan, because Qin Xiang had moved his palm away from the furnace. That meant that the flow of flames had already been broken, which was rather a serious mistake. For this, Hua Xiangyue was not the slightest bit surprised, for she knew Qin Xiang had already finished refining the building foundation Dan. I've finished refining. Seniors, you can check. Qin Xiang calmly said. The three old alchemists were suddenly sweating profusely. Just a moment ago, they wanted to scold Qin Xiang for committing such a big mistake. Yet Qinxiang had actually finished refining in just half an hour. As they had already seen Qinxiang refine the 100-beast Dan, they were not really that surprised that Qinxiang had once again succeeded. However, in their heart, they were secretly shocked by Qinxiang's monstrous talent. It was Hua Xiangyue who opened the lid. Inside the furnace, there were actually 4 building foundation Dan. This almost scared the SHI plus T out of the 3 old alchemists. Refining 4 building foundation Dan at once was something they had never even heard before, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. They almost felt like kneeling to Qinxiang. Excellent quality. Hua Xiangyue, on the contrary, was very calm as she took out a building foundation Dan and observed it. For Dan, moreover, they were of excellent quality. This seemed to have given a pretty big blow to these 3 old alchemists. Coming here, they thought that they could take a high and mighty stance, like an emperor. They were thinking about having Qinxiang give them a salute. Yet the result had left their face red from shame. Qinxiang received the building foundation Dan as he laughed. He said, "Now the final one." Hua Xiangyue and the others were very much in antic 1P ation regarding what was the final Dan. All of them calmly sat on their chair and patiently waited. First, Qinxiang took out a lot of auxiliary herbs for processing, and then he took out the divine spirit flower and the raising soul GRA. Seeing these 2 herbs, Hua Xiangyue let out a cry. The 3 old alchemists knew that the small GRA, S and flower was definitely not something ordinary, but they did not recognize what it was. They all looked at Hua Xiangyue, but Hua Xiangyue didn't say anything. She only shook her head, saying, "Wait for him to finish refining. You will then know it." Qinxiang didn't expect that these 3 old alchemists actually didn't know what he was about to refine. They couldn't even recognize the divine spirit flower and the raising soul, GRA. These 2 were but the main ingredients for refining the elemental spirit Dan. However, these 2 herbs had already disappeared for a long time. The elemental spirit Dan was mainly used to elevate spiritual power and cultivate the divine sense. Of course, its most important role was in the cultivation of the divine soul. Qinxiang suspected that Hua Xiangyue was an alchemist because she had a very great knowledge about herbs. Not only this, while Qinxiang was refining a Dan, she was earnestly watching, and she could even see through each and every step. If she wasn't an alchemist, she would not be able to recognize all of these things. It was only today that he had such a doubt. If Hua Xiangyue was an accomplished alchemist, then it could be said that she was very secretive. At the very start, Su Meiyao had said that she was a powerful woman. While refining the elemental spirit Dan, Qinxiang was very careful. Until now, this was the most difficult Dan he could refine, and he had only been successful once. Hua Xiangyue and the others, seeing Qinxiang was a lot more serious compared to before, had a more solemn look. This made them feel that the atmosphere was somewhat tensed. These 3 old alchemists firmly believed that Qinxiang was certainly refining some unconventional, never-before-seen low-grade, profound level Dan. In their opinion, knowing how to refine this kind of Dan didn't have any prospects, and the commonly used Dan were comparatively harder to refine. Chapter 288, Successful. Chapter 288, Successful. The building foundation Dan were very rare, so they were not considered commonly used. However, they were very famous. As for the 100 Beasts Dan, it was used for practicing, and its reputation was not very small either. Beside these, there was also the Life Elemental Dan. If one took it when he was exhausted, then he would be able to recover a large amount of true qi in the blink of an eye, allowing them to become energetic for a short span of time. In addition, it could also stimulate a person's hidden potential. As for refining the Life Elemental Dan, it was not considered too tough. It was only the herbs which were rare. Then there was the Baptizing Marrow Dan. This was the low-grade, profound, level Dan Qinxiang had been wanting to refine, but it was too difficult to refine it. Moreover, its herbs were also very expensive, fetching a price several times higher than that of the 100-beast Dan. It was mainly used to strengthen the body, and it was quite a popular Dan. There was also the altering fate Dan, which could improve its user's poor spiritual vein to a better one. It was a Dan often bought by some wealthy families, and it was slightly difficult to refine. In addition, its herbs were also slightly expensive. As for the elemental spirit Dan Qinxiang was refining at the moment, it was in the forefront of the low-grade, profound level dawn. After all, it was used to strengthen the divine sense. Cultivating the true qi was easy, tempering the body was rather difficult, and cultivating the divine sense was the most difficult. Qinxiang had a divine soul, and only through cultivating an S-H-I plus into would enable him to make his divine sense super strong. In the Qinwu mainland, Qinxiang's alchemy talent could be described as second to none, yet he was not proud and arrogant of himself. He once heard Su Meiyao speak of a place called the Sacred Dan World, and in there the alchemists were as many as dogs. Moreover, the rank of the alchemists there was different from the Qinwu mainland. It was a very fertile world, and rumor had it, precious spirit herbs were like common GRASS there. This was the place Qinxiang had been longing for. However, going there was very difficult. In addition, Su Meiyao didn't even tell him how to go there. She only said that even if he knew, it would not be of any use, because he wasn't strong enough. Previously, when Qinxiang was refining the elemental spirit Dan, it led to many failures because his divine sense was inadequate. But now that his divine sense was so powerful, refining the elemental spirit Dan wasn't too much of a burden. In the beginning, Qinxiang was sweating profusely, although he had succeeded once. But Qinxiang still felt that it was a bit difficult to refine. His divine sense was indeed very strong, but he discovered that using too much divine sense all of a sudden to suppress the herbal spirit qi in the alchemical furnace would result in the herbal spirit qi to turn even more tyrannical, which would be counterproductive. Looking at Qinxiang's appearance, the three old alchemists were wondering in their hearts. In their opinion, refining this unconventional Dan should be relatively simple, yet Qinxiang was now encountering such difficulties. In their heart, they were secretly happy, at the least in this regard, they were better than Qinxiang. Hua Shengyue was seriously watching. Her pretty eyes were S-H-I plus mirroring strangely again and again, as if she could see through Qinxiang's furnace. Those three old alchemists also could not understand why the supervisor of Dansheng Taiyuan was so entranced. This woman is quite an expert in hiding herself. She's very formidable. Long Shui said in a low voice. She was intently watching Hua Shengyue. Hua Shengyue also felt inconceivable. She suddenly discovered that Qinxiang's alchemical furnace was mysterious. Her mouth could not help but flash a charming and enthralling smile as she determined that Qinxiang's furnace was very formidable. Of course, what was totally out of her expectation was Qinxiang could actually refine the elemental spirit Dan. This was a Dan which could only be successfully refined with a very subtle control over one's divine sense. Moreover, compared to numerous Dan, it had a very high requirement for flames. Incredible, this woman's divine sense is very powerful. It seems that she have discovered something. Long Shui said with surprise. Qinxiang at the moment had no time to pay any attention to this. He was seeking the feeling from the last time when he had succeeded. All the elemental spirit Dan's herbs required to absorb his divine sense in order to solidify the Dan. He could not let these herbs absorb too much or too little. Even the slightest bit of mistake would lead to failure. Soon he had arrived at the most crucial moment, as the alchemical furnace actually slightly began to shake. It appeared as if the furnace was about to explode, which made the three old alchemists secretly ridicule. Before, they had suffered a blow from Qinxiang, but finally they could regain a bit of their dignity. Bang! A-M-U-F flood explosion rang, before Qinxiang fiercely opened his eyes. His head was full of sweat. He had actually failed. Moreover, an explosion in the furnace had also occurred. He secretly sighed and once again took out the herbs. On one side, he was processing. On the other, he was recalling the reason which led to the failure a moment ago. A slight, gloating look hung up on the faces of those three old alchemists. Seeing Chun Xiang blast his furnace, they felt a lot better in their heart. Even though they didn't know which Dan Chun Xiang was refining, but they believed they themselves would not commit this kind of error. They felt good that Chun Xiang actually failed refining an unconventional Dan. Hua, Xiang Yue frowned. She was thinking about the reason behind Chun Xiang's failure. She could sense the subtle changes inside the furnace, and she could see Chun Xiang was very rich in experience regarding the refinement of the elemental spirit Dan. These things should not have been the reason of his failure. D.A.M. And girl, you chirp so continuously. If not for you chirping continuously, father would have not failed. Chun Xiang, using his divine sense, cursed Long Shui. Long Shui indignantly replied, I suddenly found that seductress was very formidable. I could not help but tell you. So what if you wanted to tell me, why were you yapping S.H.I. plus T with Jinjin, that little white tiger? If you want to chit-chat, then chit-chat. Why the F.U.C.K. do you want to make me listen? Chun Xiang became even more angrier. I'm sorry, I only felt Jinjin was very strange. That was why I was chatting with her. Who would have thought that it will make your refinement of the elemental spirit Dan become so difficult? Long Shui pettily said, making Chun Xiang unable to get angry again. Fortunately, there was still an opportunity to refine again, but it was the last chance. Long Shui, while Chun Xiang was processing the herbs, told her findings to Chun Xiang. Little rascal, that seductress divine sense is very strong. She could clearly sense the situation inside the alchemical furnace. She knows many of my secrets. I'm not afraid if she also came to know about this. Chun Xiang sighed and said, Hua Xiangyuan knew his and Lu Menger's secret, and she also knew that he was the disciple of Huang Jintian. Although she wasn't vocal about, Chun Xiang was still sure that she had definitely figured it out. In front of me, these women usually pretend to be stupid, but I have never thought that they were so smart. Chun Xiang cursed. If girls in front of you are too clever, you would not be happy. They act stupid only to seduce you. Su Meiyao said while tenderly laughing. Chun Zane began to place the herbs inside the furnace, and then began to pour in the flames, before he exhorted Long Shui, Little girl, whatever matter it is, wait till I have finished refining. Only then can you tell me. I know. Long Shui tenderly shouted. This once, Chun Xiang was just the same as a moment ago, profusely sweating. He began to hate refining the elemental spirit Dan a little. Refining this kind of Dan, no matter how strong an alchemist's divine sense was, if they have not grasped it well, then they would definitely suffer a loss. Bring it on. To dawn. Chun Xiang, in his heart, became resolute. Using his divine sense, he divided the fused SES of the herbal spirit qi and the herbal powder into two. Afterwards, he began to squeeze them into dawn. For the first time, Chun Xiang was refining two dawn at the same time. If he was only refining one dan, by that time he would not be able to completely unleash the potency of the herbs. If not for him being not too familiar with the elemental spirit dan, he would have definitely gone for 3 dawn. Now, inside the furnace, 2 SES of energy were slowly being squeezed. Hua Xiangyue's senses were crystal clear. In her heart, she was extremely surprised. When she looked at Chun Xiang, a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. Solidify! Chun Xiang shouted in his heart as the trembling furnace suddenly calmed down. During the solidification of the elemental spirit Dan, as long as an alchemist's divine sense was strong enough, the process would then be very easy. Chapter 289, 5th Level Alchemist. Chapter 289, 5th Level Alchemist. The three old alchemists, after seeing Qin Xiang suddenly relax, knew that Qin Xiang must have been successful, which also meant that Qin Xiang would become a fifth-level alchemist, albeit a low fifth-level alchemist. But for Qin Xiang's current age, it was still very amazing. Thinking of Qin Xiang's promising future, the three elders felt jealous in their hearts. All of them had only become fifth-level alchemists at the end of their poor lives. What have you refined? The old woman, while walking over, asked. Qin Xiang laughed and said, Senior, won't you know after I open the lid? The other two old men and Hua Xiangyue encircled Qin Xiang. Hua Xiangyue already knew what Dan Qin Xiang had refined, but she didn't expect Qin Xiang would actually be successful in refining it. After the lid was opened, a burst of golden aura suddenly shot out from inside, dazzling everyone's eyes. But very soon, the golden aura disappeared as two bright dawns circulating in a golden brilliance were lying inside the furnace, sending the three old alchemists into extreme shock. They had still not recognized which Dan it was, but they knew that it was definitely a very formidable, low-grade, profound-level Dan, especially because of the slight aura it gave off which could affect one's mind. The three old alchemists gulped down a mouthful of saliva. They felt a little embarrassed. As said, before they thought Qin Xiang was refining an unconventional Dan, and they even believed that they would certainly be able to recognize it, but now, even after looking at the dawn, they weren't able to recognize it. This Dan was absolutely not the unconventional Dan, which wasn't really useful like they had imagined. This is the elemental spirit Dan. It is also the first for me to see it. Hua Xiangyue dismissively said. She took out a Dan and carefully observed it. Qin Xiang didn't expect that even Hua Xiangyue had only seen this kind of Dan now. It just made it evident how rare the herbs for the elemental spirit Dan were. Elemental spirit Dan, the legendary elemental spirit Dan, which can make its users' divine sense soar. One of the old men was stunned. They had certainly heard of it, but its exact details no one knew for sure. Even its recipe, not a single one of them knew it. The three old alchemists were thoroughly stunned. The elemental spirit Dan was, although a low-grade, profound-level Dan, its usage was very big. A long time ago, it was once set to be included among the middle-grade, profound-level Dan, but as its degree of difficulty in refining had not yet reached the middle-grade, profound level, it was set as a low-grade, profound-level Dan. This Dan was much more valuable than the building foundation Dan. Qin Xiang not only had the herbs, he could even refine it. The three old alchemists were secretly sneering at Qin Xiang for refining an unconventional Dan before, now knew how wrong they were. Qin Xiang had not refined just any unconventional Dan, but instead the second to none among the low-grade, profound-level Dan, the elemental spirit Dan. Are you willing to sell this elemental spirit Dan to the Danxiang Tower? We only need one, just for showcase. We will absolutely not sell it. Hua Xianyue's eyes had a pleasant expression as she asked Qin Xiang. The three old alchemists also wanted to buy it, but they knew how rare and precious the elemental spirit Dan was. They estimated that Qin Xiang would mercilessly suppress them with his price. That was why they also gave up. In his herbal garden, Qin Xiang had planted a lot of herbs. In the future, he could still be able to refine it. Selling a Dan to Hua Xiangyue was nothing, so he said with a laugh, Of course I can, but before we talk about the price, give me the fifth-level alchemist medallion first. Hua Xiangyue, seeing that cunning look hanging on Qin Xiang's face, knew that she would definitely be swindled by Qin Xiang. She secretly clenched her teeth as she took out a jade card with 5 light golden stripes engraved upon it. After taking it out, the three old alchemists, with their blood and divine sense, signed behind the jade card. Qin Xiang waited for a short while before they were all done. The three old alchemists politely greeted Qin Xiang before they left fully ashamed. Hua Xiangyue poked Qin Xiang's waist before softly snorting, Little rascal, when did you learn refining the elemental spirit Dan? I've learned it long ago. I'm now a 5th level alchemist, ha ha ha. Qin Xiang, looking at the jade card, began laughing. The 5 golden lines were a little bleak. It was a sign of a low 5th level alchemist. For the medium 5th level alchemist, it was a little bit brighter, and as for the high 5th level alchemist, the golden lines were incomparably brighter. If Chen Xiang wanted to be assessed again, he could only ask the person in charge of the Danxiang Tower to make the golden lines a bit brighter. For the jade card was specially refined by the Danxiang Taoyuan. As such, the engraved spirit patterns were all very complex and abstruse. Don't be proud. Quickly speak your price. Hua Xiangyue pinched Qin Xiang's arms. Thinking of herself being swindled by Qin Xiang with a big price, she felt very uncomfortable. Qin Xiang, after seeing her complexion, pursed his lips and said, "What do you think of me? I, from the beginning, was planning to give you one." This was contrary to what Hua Xiangyue had expected. She hastily touched the place she had pinched a moment ago, laughed and said, "You really are my dear brother. You have not wasted my love for you." TLN, in the last part, means both love and pain. Hua Xiangyue is here making fun of him by saying this word, representing her pinching, while at the same time her relations. H-I plus P with Qin Xiang. Before, Hua Xiangyue had given him a profound beast bag, which allowed him to catch the white tiger. For this, Qin Xiang felt very grateful for Hua Xiangyue, and giving her a Dan was nothing. After Qin Xiang gave the elemental spirit Dan to Hua Xiangyue, he rushed to register for the tournament. He directly sought for Mrs. Li. Hua Xiangyue had informed Mrs. Li long ago that Chen Xiang was going to take the 5th level alchemist assessment, but she did not expect it would be so soon. "Young Master Qin, are you really a 5th level alchemist?" Mrs. Li, looking at Chen Xiang's jade card, was still a little bit doubtful. She had spent a long time in the Danxiang Tower, but it was the first time for her to see such a young 5th level alchemist. Hey, of course it's true. I want to register for the high rank tournament." Qin Xiang laughed and said. Mrs. Li soon accepted this fact because she had also supervised Qin Xiang's assessment before. After registering, Chen Xiang also asked about the content of the high rank tournament, but Mrs. Li had her lips sealed because it must remain a secret lest the alchemists could specially make preparation for the tournament. This was a big test to the Partic. 1 P ants. Very soon, the alchemist circle of the fragrant city was stirred, because an elemental spirit Dan was showcased in the Danxiang Tower. This was a Dan that has long been lost with the Pa-S, Sage of Time. It was certainly a legendary Dan. Of course, all of them didn't know who had refined it. Hua Xiangyue had also asked the 3 old alchemists to keep it a secret. She couldn't allow the Taik. And S of the other forces to know Qin Xiang had arrived here, otherwise it would bring him some trouble. Not to mention that this time, the Devil Path sects are also eyeing the tournament. Although the Devil sect, after their failure in the southern wasteland, promised they would no longer have any conflict with the righteous sects again, their commitment was unworthy of trust. What Hua Xiangyue was most worried was, since the Devil Path's plans had been ruined by Chen Xiang, he would definitely be targeted by those from the Devil Path. Qin Xiang didn't return to the Divine Weapon Shop. According to Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger would not return there anymore, so she asked him to stay here for safety. And Qin Xiang was not going to refuse a beauty, so there was no harm in staying here. The showcased elemental spirit Dan attracted many onlookers, and majority among them were alchemists or someone who was learning alchemy. The elemental spirit Dan was placed in a transparent and sealed box, lest the potency of the elemental spirit Dan dissipate. Although it was only a low-grade, profound level Dan, in the eyes of many alchemists, it was a novelty. Hua Xiangyue took Qin Xiang to a tour in the Danxiang Tower. On the Danxiang Tower, there were also some herbal gardens. These herbal gardens have all been covered by a large formation for gathering spirit qi. Moreover, the water used for irrigation had all been done by someone specialized in using true qi to nurture them. Chun Xiang also noticed that the spirit herbs used for refining the true elemental Dan and the white jade Dan were growing here. He noticed that after they were carefully bred, their growth rate had significantly increased. This also opened Chun Xiang's outlook. But just as when Chun Xiang intended to go to a higher floor to have a look for more precious spirit herbs, Hua Xiangyue frowned. At this time, a voice resounded in the entire Danxiang Tower. Who is the supervisor of the Danxiang Tower? Someone is here to make trouble. Chun Xiang quickly shouted. In his heart, he was somewhat excited because he knew that there would be some good show to watch. Hua Xiangyue showed Chun Xiang the whites of her eyes before she quickly went down. Chapter 290, Yu Jianglin. Chapter 290, Yu Jianglin. In a hall on the first floor of the Danxiang Tower, majority of the populace does not dare to breathe loudly, and some of the timid ones all carefully began to retreat. The center of the first floor of the Danxiang Tower was where the elemental spirit Dan was being showcased. Hua Xiangyue did so in order to improve the prestige of the Danxiang Tower, as well as to open the outlook of the alchemists in the Danxiang Tower. Having it attract some trouble was out of her expectations. Beside the cabinet showcasing the elemental spirit Dan, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing stood. An oppressive and arrogant aura was being exuded from his entire body, and a long sword was hanging on his back. With a single glance, anyone could recognize him as a member of the Proud Sword sect, but the kind of pressure he just released a moment ago deterred many people. Some of the onlookers recognized this middle-aged man, for he was the dean of the Proud Sword sect, Yu Jianglin. Once Hua Xiangyue arrived, she coldly spoke. Yu Jianglin, did you come here to make trouble? She most abhorred this kind of arrogant guy, especially if it was from the Proud Sword sect. Since ancient times, all of their members were like this. That was why she most hated dealing with the people from the Proud Sword sect. Chun Xiang, from afar, watched as the lively scene unfold. Chun Xiang felt the same as Hua Xiangyue. He too hated the guys of the Proud Sword sect, and he had also slaughtered a few of them. In addition, in the annals of the history, the disciples of the Proud Sword sect had been oftenly killed by disciples from the rest of the 8 righteous sections. Yu Jianglin, seeing it was just Hua Xiangyue, had a look filled with disdain. He arrogantly said, "Are you the supervisor of the Danxiang Tower? What about your Danxiang, Taoyuan's dean? Quickly ask her to come out. You do not deserve to see her." Hua Xiangyue's eyebrows pressed together as she replied in a slightly furious tone. Everyone in the hall were extremely shocked. They all didn't recognize Hua Xiangyue. Only the disciples of the Danxiang Taoyuan knew that Hua Xiangyue was the supervisor of the Danxiang Taoyuan, but how could she dare to speak as such with Yu Jianglin? Yu Jianglin was the dean of the Proud Sword sect. From where was her confidence coming from? Yu Jianglin already knew that the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan rarely appeared in public, yet he was taking this stance. He believed that only the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan could talk with him. "Little girl, I want to buy this elemental spirit Dan. For this matter, you could not call the shots. Quickly call your dean out." Yu Jianglin's tone became a bit milder, yet it did not ease up the irritation everyone felt. Hua Xiangyue sneered. "The elemental spirit Dan was bought by me. If I wished for it, I can even eat it on the spot. Why can't I take responsibility?" Yu Jianglin was surprised for a moment. He thought that the elemental spirit Dan was refined by the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan. After seeing Yu Jianglin's complexion, both Chun Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were secretly excited. Chun Xiang didn't expect that this old man, who had been living for more than 10,000 years, to actually be so stupid. Looking at his appearance, it was pretty clear that he was very much in need of the elemental spirit Dan. He garnered so much attention and so clearly revealed his intention. Wouldn't he clearly be swindled by the others? Chun Xiang, in his heart, quickly thought of a plan as he continued to watch the scene unfolding in front of him. "Say your price. I want this elemental spirit Dan." Yu Jianglin, with both his hands behind his back, spoke dismissively, as if no matter how much it would be, he was going to buy. I'm not selling. Hua Xiangyue had no shortage of crystal stones or true elemental dawn. As such, she was not going to sell, especially now that she was agitated at Yu Jianglin. Little girl, you should better know how to behave a bit. This elemental spirit Dan is very important to me. Yu Jianglin didn't even finish speaking before Hua Xiangyue lightly stroked her hair. Such an enthralling action instantly garnered the attention of some onlooking men. She put on a forced smile and said, Little girl, Yu Jianglin, sooner or later, your proud sword sect will be destroyed with this foul temper of yours. I will not sell it. What are you going to do? If you have the guts, then try to destroy the Danxiang Taoyuan. Yu Jianglin's whole body trembled in rage. How could he not know the strength of Danxiang Taoyuan? He was clearly aware of the contacts of the Danxiang Taoyuan. If the Danxiang Taoyuan was in difficulty, the extreme martial sect and the divine weapon Heavenly Empire would not stand idly, and he was most afraid of Gu Dongchen. He knew that his strength was far below Gu Dongchen's. This elemental spirit Dan is too important to me. Yu Jianglin said. Now it appeared as if he was asking others. This can allow my son to break through his bottleneck. I ask you to sell it to me. Hearing his words, Qin Xiang was laughing even more heartily. Yu Jianglin had a genius son, and many people knew about this, because Yu Jianglin very prominently publicized his own son. But who knew that when his son was about to advance to the extreme state, he suffered from Qigong deviation and was inflicted with serious injuries. After recuperating for many years, he once again recovered to his pinnacle strength, but his spirit sea had not improved. He needed his divine sense, and only then could he fully recover. However, the consciousness of Yu Jianglin's son at that time had taken a huge hit. He could not cultivate a bit of divine sense anymore. While there were other dawn that were specialized for cultivating the divine sense, they were all still inadequate. He had already tried various ways, but he still failed to achieve any result. Before, Elder Dan advised that it might only be possible with the elemental spirit Dan. The moment his spirit sea recovered, he could immediately break through. Because the elemental spirit Dan had not appeared even once, Yu Jianglin's son had stayed in the 9th level of the true martial realm for many years. When Qin Xiang heard about this, he knew that he could ruthlessly swindle Yu Jianglin. The elemental spirit Dan, at most, was worth no more than 1 million crystal stones. For a dean, this was only a small number. Even 10 million crystal stones were not even worth mentioning. Hua Xiangyue thought of giving a price of 10 million, but just as she was about to promise, Qin Xiang's voice rang in her mind. Dear sister, how much are you planning to swindle from him? Qin Xiang asked. 10 million, ruthless, right? Hua Xiangyue replied back. Ruthless, my ass. Qin Xiang said with ridicule. No way. If I ask for a higher price, others will say my Danxiang Taoyuan took advantage of someone's crisis and swindled him. 10 million crystal stones are already very sinister. Hua Xiangyue, indeed, wanted it to be a bit more higher. You tell him to partic. 1p8 in the auction. At that time, the elemental spirit Dan will appear. Hey. Qin Xiang said with an evil laughter. Hua Xiangyue's eyes lit up. She immediately understood Qin Xiang's intent. She secretly praised Qin Xiang's approach. If Yu Jianglin was really in need, during the auction, they could intentionally raise the price. Not only would it make Yu Jianglin spew blood, their profits would also be bigger. Thinking up to this point, Hua Xiangyue was extremely excited in her heart. Hua Xiangyue said, No, I cannot sell it to you. From the beginning, the seller had said that we could not sell it to others. We have to respect the seller's opinion, because we, the Danxiang Tower, are doing a business where credibility is everything. However, he told us that at the time of the auction, there will be another elemental spirit Dan. The auction will begin very soon. You have waited for more than 1,000 years. Can't you wait for such a short span of time? Originally, Yu Jianglin had been prepared to be ruthlessly swindled. But he didn't expect Hua Xiangyue to speak as such. In his heart, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was in the auction, maybe it could be cheaper. Yu Jianglin let out a cold snort before he waved his sleeve and left, making Hua Xiangyue tenderly snort in response. Here, everyone knew of the legendary dean of the Proud Sword sect, or at the very least, had heard rumors about him. He was a very annoying guy who could make others hate him. Seeing such a beauty get angry, these men, in their heart, all began hating on Yu Jianglin. Hua Xiangyue angrily snorted. She left the first floor as Chen Xiang excitedly followed her. This guy, in the future, I'll definitely ruthlessly kill him. However, in the Fragrance City, Aunt will definitely make him lose him countenance. Hua Xiangyue was very angry. In a unique, elegant room, she tenderly cursed. Qin Xiang laughed and said, "Dear sister, take it to the auction. At that time, I'll definitely share it with you a little." Hua Xiangyue took the elemental spirit Dan, thinking of very soon she could be able to see Yu Jianglin suffer. Suddenly a charming and enthralling smile appeared on her face. Chapter 291, Fire Martial Soul. Chapter 291, Fire Martial Soul. Hua Xiangyue was not lacking in crystal stones or anything. She only wanted to vent out her anger. That was why she did not want any share from Chen Xiang. "Little rascal, you're really bad. Fortunately, sister is not your enemy. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate. Right? The auction has a set of rules. You can't bid for your own goods. I, as the highest supervisor of the auction, of course cannot let you break the rules." Hua Xiangyue said, "That's simple. Can't we ask Sister Menger? This should not break the rules." Chen Xiang mischievously laughed and said. Hua Xiangyue's eyes lit up as ambiguously smiled and said, "Lu Menger must seriously instill you obedience." Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue, then hastily left the Dansheng Tower and returned to the divine weapon shop. There was still more than a month before the auction would begin. If by that time Chen Xiang's preparation wasn't enough, he was worried that he could only look at the good stuff and wouldn't be able to buy them because his true elemental dawn were lacking. For now, he could try to cover up by refining many true elemental dawn. In the black, tortoise mysterious realm, he had obtained a large number of herbs for the true elemental Dan, and in accordance with 5 dawn per set of herbs, it was enough for him to refine more than 10,000 true elemental dawn. Even considering his quick speed in refining, it would still be difficult for him to completely refine them in this period. In an hour, Chen Xiang could refine 10 times, and using 4 hours every day for alchemy, he could refine 40 times. In other words, he could only refine 200 true elemental dawn every day. He estimated that at the time of the auction, he would probably be able to refine approximately 5,000 dawn. At the moment, he had about 8,000 true elemental Dan in his possession, but even after all of this, he still felt that it was still lacking. Chen Xiang began to tediously refine dawn. In order to not leave any regrets in that large-scale auction, he could only bite the bullet and go into seclusion. His schedule was very tight. In the day he would refine dawn, while in the night he would cultivate true qi, and at the same time he would also congeal the golden dragon's saliva. This way, once he returned to the extreme martial sect, he would be able to quickly accelerate the ripening of a large number of his precious spirit herbs. When Lu Menger returned, she saw a note on the table in a hall. It was left behind by Chen Xiang, saying he went to seclusion for alchemy. Moreover, he also asked Lu Menger to look for Hua Xiangyue. Chen Xiang refined dawn with a firm and calm heart. At the time of the auction, although he could borrow some money from Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger, he still didn't want to. It would appear that he had no backbone, and he would even appear as a laughingstock to them. Time passed. Set away bit by bit, in the Fragrance City a storm was brewing. Outstanding disciples of various sects, some reputed aristocrats, and even devil sect disciples were mixed in the city to partake. 1. P. ate in the grand meeting. Dan, for many martial artists, it was something to rely upon. Many came here in order to take advantage of the grand meeting to buy some relatively cheaper dawn, or came along to join in the fun and open their outlook. Some deans also quietly arrived. Some of them were here to procure dawn. Some came as guests of Danxiang Taoyuan, and some even arrived here to especially make their disciples partake. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy tournament. Of course, the majority of them all came here for the auction. These deans not only wanted to buy, but also wanted to sell. That was why in the auction, some very attractive things, which were only in the hands of the Nirvana realm martial artists, would appear in the auction. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xiang had to toughen his heart to refine more true elemental dawn. He was not like those deans with strong backgrounds. If he didn't have enough capital, by the time of the auction, he could only impatiently watch in vain. And, as he expected, before the start of the auction, he was able to refine 5,500 true elemental dawn. And along with the 8,500 dawn, he had a total of 14,000 dawn in his hand. However, even after this, he still felt that it was not enough. Little rascal, it is very rare to see you so honest. You even went into closed-door training for as much as 1 month. Lu Menger, with Hua Xiangyue, sat in the hall while chatting. Once Chen Xiang came out, he immediately caught sight of the two beauties. He didn't expect Hua Xiangyue would actually come here so often. The relations, H.I. plus P of these two, turned out to be better than he had imagined. Both of them were wearing snow-white simple languette, but both had two different kinds of flavor. One was charming and enthralling, while the other was nobly and dignified. None of them was better or worse than the other, making the onlooking Chen Xiang secretly praise in his heart. Looking at you being so impatient, it seems that someone will be out of luck. Hua Xiangyue mischievously laughed and said as she handed a cup of tea to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang walked over and took the teacup, then very uncouthly sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and said, I'm going to earn true elemental dawn. I'm not an aloof figure like the both of you, whom, without even doing anything, will still have a large amount of crystal stones and true elemental dawn. Then you'll have to work hard. This is definitely your first time partic. 1. P. Aiding in such a large auction. Your S.H.I. plus TTY capital is probably only enough to take a look at the fun. When those deans and elder level characters come out to bid, your legs will definitely become soft. Hua Xiangyue said in a laughing tone. Lu Menger chuckled and said, Little rascal, what if sister lends you a bit? Hua Xiangyue also followed in, I can also lend you some. Chen Xiang secretly despised them, but he did not immediately refuse. For the time being, there is no need. Wait for the auction to begin. At that time, if I really need more, then we can talk again. If it was truly not enough, Chen Xiang could only nonchalantly ask them. Of course, he was not afraid of these two threatening him every day. One must know the lender was always the master. I want to auction 2 things. It is best if you can auction them at the beginning. Chen Xiang replied he had many good stuffs, but some of them were things he could not bear to sell. This point, both Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger knew. Hua Xiangyue asked, What is it? If you want to sell dawn, I advise you to forget it. If you Jiangling wasn't impatient, your elemental spirit Dan is not worth anything. 10 million crystal stones for these tyke. Oh, and S was indeed not worth anything. I want to sell 10 building foundation dawn, sell them all together. This should be able to fetch a very high price, and a fire martial soul. Chen Xiang said, hearing the 3 words, fire martial soul. Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger were both extremely surprised. The fire martial soul was different from the fire spirit. The fire martial soul could only be fused with a single part of one's body, such as the arm or the leg. As for the fire spirit, it would fuse with the whole body and as well as the soul, and it could even allow one to have powerful flames. When a fire martial soul was fused with the meridians of the arm, no matter what type of true qi, its user would be able to release flames. The strength of the flames vary from one user to another. If their true qi was vigorous, then their flames would be stronger. Qin Xiang had acquired this fire martial soul when he had killed the crown prince, Song Nanming. Although it wasn't as good as a fire spirit if it was sold in an auction, a lot of people would want to fight for it. You really have this thing? Lu Menger came next to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Lu Menger. Lu Menger, after observing the jade bottle for a bit, said in surprise, "You little rascal, how can you have so many precious things? It is the first time for me to see a fire martial soul." Hua Xiangyue also took a closer look. In the small jade bottle, there was a round red thing releasing a warm current. It was indeed the fire martial soul. Although it was the first time Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger had seen it, they could still recognize it from the information provided in the records. "How is it?" Qin Xiang proudly laughed and said, "Indeed, it is the fire martial soul, but where did you get it?" Hua Xiangyue covered the jade bottle and received it along with the 10 building foundation dawn. Although it was a very rare thing, but for them it was of little value. Selling it wasn't particularly hard for them. Lu Menger was also very curious, but Qin Xiang laughed and said, "Not going to tell you." Humph! Qin Xiang returned to his room. Now, he knew that these deans were all richer than he had imagined. Last time, when he had sold the building foundation dawn to Gu Dongqin, he gave him a very honest price, yet Gu Dongqin actually still bargained with him, not to mention that he even pretended to be very poor. He decided to definitely extort his rich martial nephews. Chapter 292, The Stingy Dean. Chapter 292, The Stingy Dean. Qin Xiang was rather wealthy, but neither Hua Xiangyue nor Lu Menger were clear about the exact amount of Qin Xiang's wealth. However, they believed that it would be very difficult for Qin Xiang to buy precious spirit herbs in this large-scale auction, because even they themselves were rather doubtful with regards to whether they could grab some good stuff or not. Soon the auction began. It was held on the 13th and 14th floor of the huge Danxiang Tower. Both the floor were fused together to make a bigger one, but the place itself was not too big. It was just enough for 5,000 to 6,000 people. But then again, those who could attend the auction were not some ordinary characters. This large-scale auction only invited people with a certain position and wealth in the Qinwu mainland. If anyone else wanted to partake, P8 in the auction, then they would have to pay a rather huge sum as an attendance fee. If one wanted their own items to be auctioned, they could also enter. At this moment, the auction house was very quiet. Everyone here were extremely courteous, and once they entered here, none of them made any loud noise. They just calmly sat on their own seat. In this place, there were some boxed rooms, and only the most respectful group of people in the Qinwu mainland had the qualification to enter inside. That was why the whole auction field was shrouded in a rather serious atmosphere. These deans, even if they had converged their breath, they would still release some spiritual pressure from time to time, making those with not enough strength feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xiang and Lu Menger, alongside Hua Xiangyue, were inside a boxed room. Qin Xiang had covered his face and converged his breath. From time to time, someone's divine sense would swept over them, which made both Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue to feel unhappy. "Sister Hua, has my dean arrived?" Qin Xiang asked. "Except for the dean of the beast martial sect, the Taik." Oh, an S of the 8 major righteous sects had arrived. Patriarchs of many famous families have also arrived. Hua Xiangyue said she was responsible for this auction. No one beside her was clearer about the situation. As Qin Xiang looked at the bunch of people sitting in the auction field, he actually found Yin Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and also Shui Weilong. All of them had come along with their family's patriarch. "Little rascal, do not use your own voice and expose your ident. One Tai, those guys all know I and Shengyue are together. If they find you with us, it would make them suspicious." Lu Menger said. Qin Xiang clearly understood this. Now, there was a big improvement regarding his convergence of breath. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu reflected upon this very issue for him. It was mainly done by relying on Long Shuai, and at this point in time, Chen Xiang's skill at concealing himself had even left Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue surprised. Unlike before, they could only vaguely sense the situation inside Chen Xiang's body. The auction began. It was hosted by Mrs. Li. First, she courteously welcomed everyone. Only then was the first item taken out for auction. The first item turned out to be Chen Xiang's building foundation don. 10 building foundation don. In this auction, it is actually the first time for so many to appear. Everybody should be aware of the building foundation don. I too am not going to be long-winded. The starting price is 2 million crystal stones. Let the bidding begin. Mrs. Li said, 2 million crystal stones. In Chen Xiang's eyes, this amount was a rather small number. However, this was only the starting price. It would certainly slowly increase. Not to mention that the building foundation don were rare and expensive in the Chimu mainland. If someone was really in need, even some low-grade profound level dan could be auctioned for a very high price. During the auction, crystal stones were usually used to bid, but during the payment, the buyers could choose to use crystal stones or true elemental dan. Generally speaking, majority would use true elemental dan. 2 million crystal stones. A familiar shout entered Chen Xiang's ears. This was Gu Dongchen's voice. Chen Xiang didn't expect that his eldest martial nephew was so lacking in building foundation don. In his heart, he was secretly happy. After returning, he would immediately accelerate the ripening of the azure profound fruit, and by then he would definitely be able to refine numerous building foundation don. He was not afraid of swindling this stingy eldest martial nephew to death. This guy only added 20,000 crystal stones at once. He's really stingy. Last time, he seeked me to refine a flying disc, and he even bargained with me for half a day. Lu Menger's voice was filled with contempt. Chen Xiang was secretly having a good laugh. He didn't expect that his eldest martial nephew was such a stingy guy. The building foundation don were not only sought out by the big sects, even those powerful families also wanted to contend. Very quickly, the price soon soared to 7 million crystal stones, which meant that each dan were being sold for 700,000 crystal stones each. Chen Xiang didn't expect to reach this price, and the price was still constantly rising. 6 million. Gu Dongchen's heavy voice came over, and this made Chen Xiang even more happy. The whole auction field quieted down. This was almost the price limit. 7 million crystal stones. It was a patriarch of a family. If he could buy these 10 building foundation don, at the very least they could nurture 2 to 3 true martial realm martial artists, which was totally worth it. 8 million. Gu Dongchen once again shouted. Chen Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. He was now extremely regretting the fact that he had sold the building foundation dan for just 500,000 each to Gu Dongchen earlier. 2 million. 3 million. After a moment of silence, the bidding once again became heated. If one had more building foundation don, some talented disciples of theirs could quickly stride into the true martial realm. Not to mention to these families, even in the big sects, there were not many true martial realm martial artists. 15 million. Gu Dongchen's voice resounded. Along the way, many people had competed with him, but finally they were all defeated. It was evident that Gu Dongchen valued these building foundation don a lot. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Li shouted, 15 million, going once. Chen Xiang, after seeing this, hastily shouted, Sister Menger, increase the price. If it is bought by you, it is still nothing. Anyway, I can return the crystal stones back to you. Little rascal, that guy is your dean. Hua Xiangyue was taken aback, but she was very much in favor of Chen Xiang's approach. Hey, of course I know. Chen Xiang laughed and said, 15 million going twice. Mrs. Li just finished shouting, before Lu Menger said in a light tone, 16 million. Gu Dongchen secretly clenched his teeth. He recognized that it was Lu Menger's voice. He was considering whether to increase the price or not. 16, 2 million. Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming both discussed for a while before they decided to go for it. In any case, the crystal stones would inevitably return to her hands. That was why Lu Menger very freely raised the bid. Not to mention that with the stingy dean, Gu Dongchen, she could raise the price back and forth. 18 million. Lu Menger's light and sweet voice gave Gu Dongchen an urge to vomit blood. If he knew Qin Xiang was intentionally making Lu Menger raise the price with him, he would have definitely and immediately spat out blood. This could be counted as violation of rules, but Hua Xiangyue just turned a blind eye for it because Qin Xiang was her own person. However, she didn't expect Qin Xiang would actually be bold enough to ruthlessly swindle his very own dean. Lu Menger kept her eyes on Qin Xiang's gestures and continued to increase the price. 18, 5 million. 19, 9 million. 20 million. Gu Dongchen's voice was incomparably heavy. Moreover, it already had a subtle hint of anger. Lu Menger gave a white eye to Qin Xiang. She, in accordance with Qin Xiang's intention, raised the price once again. Qin Xiang nodded his head and said with a mischievous laugh, "Not bad. Wait till he had bought them. Afterwards, I will tell him it was auctioned by me, ha ha ha. By then it will definitely be cool." Both Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger held admiration for Qin Xiang's approach. When they thought of Gu Dongchen's reaction at that time, they could not help but giggle. Lu Menger didn't raise the price again. Finally, the building foundation don had been bought by Gu Dongchen. Hua Xiangyue tenderly snorted and said, "Gu Dongchen, this guy, Sai, isn't it just an extra 5 million?" He had actually become angry. Chapter 293. Good Play Staged. Chapter 293. Good Play Staged. The first item auction set off a fierce compet. 1. Tie-in, and because of that, the whole atmosphere of the auction turned a lot more lively. 20 million crystal stones were equal to 4,000 true elemental Dan. Even for Qin Xiang, it was not a small number. He had painstakingly refined dawn for a whole month, yet its value was only a bit more. But this was under the case that he had the herbs. If he didn't have the herbs, then he would need to gather them by himself, which would be very troublesome. Earning the money of his martial nephew gave Qin Xiang a peace of mind. Seeing a happy smile hanging on his face, Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger finally understood the reason. The more you touch things up, the darker they get. The next item was a 9th level spirit weapon, a sword. Qin Xiang and the others was not the least bit interested to this item. Qin Xiang already had a divine weapon, the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade, a naturally spirit weapon, would no longer be placed in his eyes. As for Lu Menger, she was a grand refiner. If she needed a weapon, she would just have to spend a bit of time, and that would be enough. However, to these deans and patriarchs it was very tempting because they could use it as a reward to some outstanding disciples, which in turn would motivate the other disciples. For many sects and families, this was a very conventional approach. Very soon, an ardent struggle once again set off in the auction. The 9th level spirit weapon could be considered as a rare thing. Only some famous figures could afford to please a powerful refiner to forge them such a weapon. What was totally out of Qin Xiang's expectation was that the 9th level spirit weapon was finally bought by the Dean of the Lotus Island, Lianing Shao, for a sum of 45 million crystal stones. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. For the very first time, he understood that the 9th level spirit weapon was so expensive. He glanced at Lu Menger, while Lu Menger also turned her head and gave him a wink. "This is a rich mistress." Qin Xiang lamented in his heart. Lu Menger was a grand refiner, someone who could refine brilliant equipments. Refining spirit equipments was even easier for her. In addition to her reputation, her refined equipment would be sold at an even bigger price. Qin Xiang felt the little fortune he had in his hand was, in the eyes of these deans, nothing. Lu Menger, by just casually refining a few formidable spirit weapons, she would then have earned more than what he had mulet for a long time. Sister Menger, how long does it take for you to refine a 9th level spirit weapon? Chun Xiang curiously asked at the same time. He was prepared to take rather a good blow. Slowest would take 1 month, and my fastest speed would be 10 days. However, I, for a very long time, had not refined any. Lu Menger leisurely replied. Chun Xiang had already made some psychological preparation, yet he was ruthlessly thrown down. Under Menger, there are 10 outstanding grand refiners. General orders are taken up by them. Menger now directly take orders of brilliant equipments. Hua, Xiang Yue laughingly said. Lu Menger nodded her head. The imperial palace of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire was previously the Divine Weapon Sect, and Lu Menger was supervising many famous refiners. As such, she could get a lot of wealth. Chun Xiang, thinking of this, felt dreadful. He looked at those boxes and clasped his fists. He swore that he would certainly transcend these deans. In front of these deans, he knew that he was only an ant. If you could refine a powerful Dan, even Lu Menger, such a reputed grand refiner, have to curry your favor. Su Meiyao said, as if she could see through Chun Xiang's heart. Yes, even Shui, this little dragoness, also had to curry your favor. Bai Yu said, Chun Xiang suspected that because of losing her power for too long, she was gradually waking up from the ruthless devil skill. To his surprise, she even knew how to make jokes. Although they were not really funny, this kind of transformation still made Chun Xiang and Su Meiyao both very happy. A few other items auctioned were spirit equipments, either weapons or armors. Other items were relatively low price, like the 8th level giant hammer, which was sold for 30 million crystal stones. The highest priced item was an armor, a 9th level spirit equipment, fetching a price of 50 million crystal stones. Chun Xiang had the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and the black tortoise adamantle armor. That was why for him he didn't held any interest for spirit weapons. Naturally, he didn't know their market price. Before, Chun Xiang felt that his building foundation Dan was very valuable, but he didn't think that these spirit weapons were more expensive, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Little rascal, Dawn are different from spirit weapons. Dawn, once bought, will then be used to elevate the strength, while spirit weapons will stay with a martial artist for a long time. In particular, a powerful spirit weapon could also save their life. Moreover, it would bring prestige to its user, and at the same time, it would also elevate the martial artist's strength by a lot. In this kind of auctions, high-level Dawn very rarely appears, because these kinds of things are even rarer than spirit, equipments, and brilliant equipments. Lu Menger, noticing Chun Xiang's mood, explained. Chun Xiang nodded his head. If an alchemist could refine an even higher-ranked Dan, the price would then reflect upon it. For an alchemist to become a Dan King, he would waste countless of precious spirit herbs. However, the dawn they would make were things which high-ranking refiners could never match. The next item to be auctioned was the elemental spirit Dan. Chun Xiang looked towards Lu Menger, laughed, and said, Sister Menger, I have to rely on you. Hua, Xiang Yue, clenched her teeth. You must make this guy, Yu Jianglin, bleed. Lu Menger didn't have any good impression towards Yu Jianglin among the 8 major righteous sects Taik. And as those who had good impressions towards Yu Jianglin were rather scarce, because no one could stand the bad-tempered proud sword sect. They were not even that strong, yet they were extremely arrogant. The elemental spirit Dan was not many, and for these nirvana realm martial artists, it didn't really held much value. However, for the martial artists of the extreme martial state and below it, the elemental spirit Dan was greatly useful. Chun Xiang had also eaten this Dan, which then allowed his divine soul to grow much bigger. It was quite clear how much spiritual power was contained within it. However, the value of the elemental spirit Dan was, at most, 1 to 200 million crystal stones. If one was not in urgent need, generally after this price it would not increase. Elemental Spirit Dan. This is a kind of Dan which could quickly elevate its consumer's divine sense. This is an ancient Dan, and it has not appeared in the Qingwu mainland for a long time. But with regards to its efficacy, everyone should have a good understanding from the ancient records. Mrs. Li introduced the Elemental Spirit Dan. Everyone was no stranger to this. If the price was not too high, everyone intended to give it a try. The starting price is 500,000 crystal stones. Mrs. Li's voice had not resounded for long, but the proud sword sex dean, Yu Jianglin, could not sit still. 1 million. Yu Jianglin shouted. 1 million. It was actually the dean of true martial sect, Tang Yichao. 3 million. The Lotus Islands dean also took part in it. Everyone were all very familiar with this because just a while ago he had already bought 2 items. 5 million. Yu Jiangling had not expected that there would be so many people to fight for it. He felt a little annoyed. For this Elemental Spirit Dan, he had waited for too long. Now, everyone contending for the Elemental Spirit Dan were those deans, even Gu Dongchen Partik. P aided in it. They were all curious regarding the efficacy of the Elemental Spirit Dan. They were rather curious whether or not its efficacy was exactly the same with the ancient records. Very soon, the price reached 3 million. Tang Yichao had already quit. Gu Dongchen, this dingy dean, had also quit. Now, only the Lotus Islands dean, Lian Yingxiao and Yu Jianglin, were fighting it out. Beside the building foundation Don, Lian Yingxiao had fought for every other item. His voice was gentle and courteous, very soft, as if money was just a cow's dung to him. 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. Liang Yingxiao was actually in no hurry to settle the fight with Yu Jiangling. After a fierce battle, the price had already reached 9 million crystal stones. 10 million, I want it. Yu Jiangling's voice was low-spirited yet furious, and it also had a hint of irritation and arrogance.